Boom. That'll work way better if I'm actually on screen when I do it. Um, how's everyone doing? Ah, yeah, it's exciting times. And let me just start by we're going to set a goal for breaking open the bubbly and kicking off the announcement because I probably should get better at grifting. Um, so yeah, somebody Volka said make the news a goal first, so we'll do that. I am coming to you live from Still Disaster Central. It is a the house is um, not yet repaired. It is so it's still in progress. For the people who don't know, the house I had a basement flood. The bedroom was in the basement, so that was exciting. I've got a new bed on order, so that is coming. I have a what is it? So I had a guy in for looking at getting the basics fixed up. The how do I put this? The hot water tank is toasted, and it needs a part. The part is almost as much as a new hot water tank. It's like a $2,000 part. Um, and it's like a 13-year-old hot water tank. So I got to decide if I want to like throw $2,200 at a worn out hot water tank or $3,500 in order to replace it. Now I am in a position where I'm hoping to start work on a new house at some point. So I don't really know if I don't really know if it makes sense to spend the extra money, but we shall see. And we hit that goal real fast. So let's break open the where did I put it? I put it here somewhere. Yeah, where's okay? Literally, it's here somewhere. Yeah, where did I put the bubbly? Come on, Runkle. You've got one job. Ah, here we go. Now, you might be saying, Runkle, can you afford champagne? No, this is, what do you call it? Come on, focus on the thing. This is Josh Prosecco. Um, I don't know who Josh is. Um, Josh is somebody, I guess. So, oh, and this needs tools to get into it. Why do I not have tools here? It's like the only time I don't have a knife here because I moved them all downstairs to do work on the thing. This doesn't have a little cutout to access it. Of course it doesn't. That would have been too sensible. I should have thought of that. Fork from my lunch. There we go. All right. The old commercial says Josh is the owner's father's name. Okay. Well, we are making progress here. I should do this above the camera because people see me fiddling with something in my lap. They're going to draw conclusions that are not accurate. But here we go. All right. Now this is going to we gotta ease this off. And Babs, you haven't missed the announcement yet. Let's see. There we go. So, and I've got a little champagne flute. We are going to have not a drunk stream. We're going to have a tipsy stream. And I planned for this by arranging that I'm going to sleep here notwithstanding the fact that this place is totally not set for totally not set up for sleeping at the moment. I am going to be sleeping in the ruined basement on a folding bed. It's going to be pretty awesome. So, um, the big announcement. Get your glasses ready to go here. The big announcement is I quit my job for one that pays a fair bit less money. And you might be going, wait, Runkle, why would you do this? Well, the reason why is because notwithstanding that it pays less money, it will give me more time and also more freedom. The more freedom is that I will be able to do basically as much pro bono as I want, which is I want. So this is essentially the beginning of the pro bono law firm. It's happening. It's a thing. So I am gonna make less money doing it. I will probably have more time to stream as well. So you may see me doing some things like live streaming trials. But I am going to basically. So the second job gives me a safety floor, like a safety net for, if the YouTube, if they ban me tomorrow or some shit. But largely it's going to be a YouTube funded pro bono effort. And if the YouTube takes off, if that succeeds in a big way, and it's been sort of more or less stagnant for a while, and that's fine. Holding pattern is just, is what it is. And hopefully I can grow it if I've got more time to do it. But yeah, the goal is basically have more time to do law for free. Other lawyers think I am absolutely crazy. Like literally, I have had more than one tell me that they think that I'm insane because they're like, why the hell are you trying to do law for free? And it's like, because that's where I want to be. That's what I want to do. So anyway, it's that's the big announcement. That is what I have been holding on to. And I know you guys have been sitting there going, Runkle, why can't you say what the announcement is? Well, I needed to have all the paperwork signed, right? I didn't want to go and be like, I got this new job, and then it evaporates, right? So I've got the offer letter signed. I still got to do a criminal record check, but I don't have a record, so that's no problem. I got to provide a driving abstract, but that's no problem. I see Nightbot is trying to fight people for being congratulatory, so I am going to turn off Nightbot for a bit because I don't think we need Nightbot fighting everybody here. Nightbot offline. There we go. Nightbot is gone if you want to post emojis. So yeah, this is gonna be a big thing. I'm going to need a little bit of time to sort of hit the ground and, new job stuff. And then I'm probably just going to start going to the courthouse and just like watching for people who are sitting there going, I was denied legal aid coverage and I can't afford a lawyer. And I'll be like, yo. I'm going to get to basically sit there and play, play A-Team, and just be like, all right, you guys who are in trouble, I got you. So yeah, big change. I still have 2 weeks at the old place because, you never want to burn bridges. And I like the old place. They're not, awful. Um, I could see working there again someday if, things go on. And yeah, it's a big thing. Um, so for the people who are wondering what the new job is, the new job is teaching community peace officers. So I'll be providing them with education on the law. When they can arrest, when they can't arrest, when they, when, when these kinds of things happen, right? So, what the consequences are if they, do the wrong thing, etc. And yeah, it's gonna be a bit of chaos. There are some wrinkles, there are some difficulties, but yeah, I probably need to set up I'm probably gonna set up like a not-for-profit as well. I got to do all sorts of like mechanics. Uncle Freddie says, "How are you paying for the new house this way?" With difficulty. It'll really depend on what my finances do, because if my finances take a nosedive, which they might, that is very much a possibility, then the new house becomes further out and probably more modest than the whole like we're building our forever dream house. But if my finances do well and if things are going fine, then the hope is that the bank will lend us a whole pile of money, and with the whole pile of money that they lend us, that we build a house. That is the hope. I really didn't want to have the basement flood right now, because when I'm sitting there planning for the whole like new job pro bono jump is the last time to have like giant expenses that you're not fully insured for. Yep. But at the end of the day, we'll just see what it is. I might also have to apologize because there might be, I might have to reach out to some of the sponsors that occasionally reach out to me and be like, yeah, okay, I might need the sponsorship dough because that's how things are. So, but yeah, it's terrifying. It's wonderful. It is, it's kind of a weird mix. I don't really know what else to say other than just it's a big thing. It's a big change. Jolene says, have you ever thought about teaching in law school? I have, but in law school they expect you to write papers, and I don't like writing papers. I might have to write a paper at some point soon, but also, I don't know if you guys can see it at all in the camera, but I have a fuck ton of fruit flies in here. And what is it? So because we're not actually staying in this house right now because it's a wreck, something that was left in the garbage got fruit flies. And so I took the garbage out, and now there's fruit flies in the house still. So I have to deal with that for now, but it is what it is. So, we'll just have to figure all that out. Yeah, I'll put some apple cider vinegar out. I'll do all of that. But big change, terrifying change. It is, it's this whole like freaky, scary thing. Connor, you did miss the announcement. The announcement is I have given notice at my job to start a new job that will provide me with the time and the ability to do a ton more pro bono. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. Michigan Farm Boy, are you writing the curriculum or is it provided modified from existence? There is an existing curriculum, but I tweak it. And I modify it to, basically make sure that it's correct and so forth. And, just make sure that it's kind of my style as well as being correct. So, yeah, terrifying. And yeah, we'll just sort of see what happens. Be careful on vet sponsors. Another creator got hacked by a scam one. Yeah, I get a lot of scam sponsor attempts, and the scams so far are pretty easy to spot, because when the scams come in, the way the scam sponsors typically work is that they go like, you get somebody and they're a company that feels too good to be true. Like, one of the scam sponsors that reached out was claiming to be Coca-Cola. And I'm like, okay, that would be a great sponsorship because I drink a ton of Coca-Cola. But there's no way that Coca-Cola is reaching out to me, right? Like, they're not reaching out to my 300,000 subscriber channel. They're, if they're reaching out to anybody, they're reaching out to people who are well over 1 million. So, that's the first hint that you're getting scammed. The second thing is that they're coming from like weird email addresses. And so typically they're coming from like, I don't know why, but like so many of them are from Poland. I don't know why Poland, but Poland. It's getting to the point where I might actually set my email to reject emails from Poland, because I haven't yet received an email from Poland that was like an actual fan of the channel. It's always just been scammers. But then they're like, we want to, we are Coca-Cola and we want to sponsor your channel. We want to pay you like $5,000 for a 6-second ad read. And you're like, okay, that's not really going to happen. And then what they do is they're like, okay, you need the contracts. And so they send you over a zip file for the contracts, but it's encrypted. And the reason why they send you an encrypted zip file is because otherwise the virus scanner that is built into Google, to Gmail and various other things would freak out. So they send you that encrypted thing, and then if you open that, it is like an executable file. And if you run that executable file, it fucks your computer, they steal your money, all of those things. So yeah, that's just kind of how that goes. Yeah, I will have to figure it out. I need to set a new goal. Okay, the new goal is going to be have another I was like, I should set the goal to make myself a martini, and then I realized that the bubbly is going to go flat, so I got to drink the bubbly flat, or drink the bubbly. Oh yes, some other fun things about the new job is that I will probably have the opportunity to play with some neat stuff that I don't normally get to play with. For example, I will probably get to play around with tasers. Not like shocking people, but just like test tasing and so forth. The Taser 10, by the way, is kind of cool. I mean, I know there's all sorts of issues with tasers, but the Taser 10 is kind of cool. I might be able to convince them to let me take the police driving portion of the course, because they have like a driving track out there. And so the driving track is for like, can you do maneuvers at speed in mud? That would be fun. They have a shotgun range. So all sorts of fun things there. Yeah, it's just a really cool thing. Do they have the grappler? No, I don't believe they do. I don't think they have that up here. What is it? Are the peace officers allowed to play with my toys? I don't know. I would have to talk to them about that. And I mean, it might be fun to do that just for a because one of the things that gets set up is the officers have like little scenarios, right? Like there's little things where the officers might pull somebody over, they might all of these things, right? And then they have to like handle the scene appropriately. So I mean, I could talk to them and just be like, hey, for one of the scenarios, could I be driving the car and just put the flamethrower in the passenger seat and see what how they respond to that? Because I could totally see that just being a fun fun thing where they're like, what the hell? But yeah, I don't know. It's it should be interesting. Yeah. And it'll be I think it's going to be a good change. And what is it? I don't know if I'll be there forever or what the plan is there, but at the end of the day, if I'm if the YouTube channel builds up as I get more time, then at some point I may move on to just doing entirely YouTube and pro bono. So that's sort of the eventual end goal is YouTube / pro bono. But I got to do baby steps, right? I got to do some baby steps. Is the training center in that remote location? Yes. The training center is in a town called Lac La Biche. And Lac La Biche is way out there. It is an hour and a half away. So I also need to build a road streaming kit so that I can set up a little road streaming thing and, basically stream and do videos from wherever I am, because where I am might be unusual places. So, yeah. Does this mean more streams then? Immediately, if so or no? So, I will have to, what is it? So when I'm teaching classes full time, I can stream in the evenings. When a class is not going, I will probably be able to stream like live streaming a trial. And that'll mean that I could just do a whole thing there. Just incredible. Says, congrats. You've been talking about that for a while now. Awesome to see you actually doing the thing. I've got a little celebration going on myself. I sat for the Florida bar exam this week. Congratulations. I hope that the marks come back, and with the thumbs up. I don't know if the Florida bar exam is one of the ones that doesn't give you a mark or besides pass fail, or if they're one that gives you a mark, but I'm sure you got this. Will you be conflicted having to teach them firearm law if they proceed with the confiscation efforts or not under your purview? So the community peace officers are, they're an Alberta initiative. And what they are is they're sort of, they're peace officers that do, that that are like what do you call it? Um, they do some stuff, but not all the stuff, if that makes sense. So they can handle things like Gaming and Liquor Act, some of the Gaming and Liquor Act stuff, not all of it. They can handle, because like the Gaming and Liquor Act is everything from like open liquor in a vehicle, or what do you call it? Guy having a beer open in public versus some of the Gaming Liquor Act stuff is like you're running a massive illicit alcohol business, or an illegal casino. So like there's all sorts of there's such a range that they can do some of it. They can do basically, I think, all of the Traffic Safety Act, so all of the traffic stuff, no criminal stuff. So basically they can do, they're there to take some of the pressure off of like the regular police, if that makes sense, because they can handle a lot of stuff that you need an officer for, but that isn't like guy committing a crime. So if you've got somebody, for instance, who is drunk at a bar and is refusing to leave the bar, well, you may not want to, like bringing the RCMP out, they might be dealing with something else. But, a community peace officer can show up, can diffuse the situation, can get the guy moving, can get, and can arrest the guy for trespass if necessary, all of these things, right? So they're important. They've got an essential role there, but what that means is that there is unlikely to be a situation where one of my firearm cases ends up being with one of my officers that I taught. If I got a file with one of the officers I taught, I don't think it would be a conflict. But I mean, I'd check, right? Whatever. And what is it? But I mean, it's not going to come up that much. The potential for conflict is very small. I think it's not going to be an issue. It's going to be just, yeah. So big, exciting times with the mix of flood chaos plus, plus all of this. The plans for the new house, depending on how the finances work out, we may have to knock an entire floor off it. But such is the way of things. I can't actually share the provisionary plans because I've been talking to an architect, and architects aren't cheap, by the by. Architects are like lawyers. They're expensive. But so I've been talking to an architect, and yeah, we're trying to work out sort of the planning on all of this. But yeah, it's exciting. And yeah, this has been a goal. In law school, I kind of had the, like, this would be the best way to be. Like, this would be a dream to be able to do, like, pro bono law. And I didn't think it was, like, a real thing. It was a dream in the same way that, like, wouldn't it be awesome to have a leprechaun that, does your dishes is kind of a dream, right? But then with the YouTube, it started to be a thing where it's like, this could actually, there is a path to this. It went from, this is a crazy, wild, like, wish upon a star thing. And then YouTube made it so that it was like, there is possibly a way to make this happen, right? It's like there is and for the goal, we will fill this up. It's like there is a way to get there. There is a root to it. And I mean, I will admit I am not as good at this YouTube game as like Lawyer You Know or EDB or various others. I'm just kind of struggling along. I'm kind of a weird, awkward dude. It is what it is, right? But there is I saw the path, and then the thing was, how do you do the path, right? How do you actually get on the path as opposed to just seeing that it exists? And so little by little, I was working towards, can I get there? Is there a way to get there? And I had somebody who was on my Twitter or not on my Twitter, on my Patreon last year. And this isn't a call out. If this is you, I don't disagree with what you said. Like, I don't, but the person said basically, hey, you're buying new suits. You're buying land. Why haven't you gone pro bono yet? And the thing is like, the issue wasn't like, do I have some money now? The issue was, do I have stability? Because making that jump with no stability would be incredibly risky, right? And if it was just me, I'd say, okay, we'll do it. But it's not just me. I got to make sure Mrs. Runkle is okay, right? I got to make sure Mrs. Runkle is, provided for. I got to make sure that, things are good there. And then just by sort of working towards it and doing all of these things and all of that, I eventually got to, I basically fell into an opportunity to see to see it through and to see the possibility of actually actually making it happen. And like I said, it is a pay cut, right? It is a deduction. And not only is it a pay cut, what do you call it, what's the word? The side things. What do you call it? It's instead of having an RRSP match, it's got a pension, which sounds great. The problem is that the problem is that if I'm only there for like 5 years, the pension ends up being like, all right, I get a monthly payment of $6. So the pension is not, is kind of like, okay, well, that's out. So at the end of the day, retirement is a harder thing. I got to be more careful about, putting money away for retirement when I will not have as much money. That the person, I mean, when they were like, why are you buying new suits? It's like, I'm buying a new suit because I literally tore my old suit and I can't go into court with a suit where the sleeve is ripped open all the way down the side. I need a new suit. But it's always been the actual goal, right? And yeah. Bama Girl says, congratulations, Runkle. Any chance you could be our Friday night streamer? Doesn't look like Rob is coming back. I am hoping that I can do more Friday night streams. The other thing I'm hoping I can do is I would like to get a role-playing game stream happening occasionally. I want to do more with Roll of Law. I want to get some role-playing stuff going. I want to maybe set up even if it's only once a month, right? Just set up a role-playing game stream. And yeah, How you spend your money isn't anyone's business. It is when they're supporting me on Patreon, because they were like, "You're not actually trying to get to the pro bono thing," and I was like, "Yeah." Barbecue Counselor says, "Lawyers Night D&D." Yes. If you want, man, you have a spot. I will absolutely. I think Kurt would want to be in, but I need to talk to Kurt about his murder hoboing, because Kurt really murder hobos, and I love the guy, but murder hobo, and I need him to dial that back. Can law students join? Yes. Um, so, um, yeah, I kind of feel like I need to run something for Kurt that is like not streaming, because he is destructive, but he's fun. But so yeah, you don't need to justify buying a new suit. Self-care. New suit isn't self-care. I will tell you that for free. New suit is not self-care, because I hate wearing suits. Do you see me not wearing the suit right now? I have a, like, literally my suit is right there. I could wear it. And so I don't wear the suit. But I hate suits. I literally, like, they fucking suck. But I have to wear it. The other thing I've got to get a new one of, and I really hate that I need to get a new one of, is robes. And you know how much robes cost? Robes are fucking expensive. So for the people who don't know, you have to, if you want to wear if you want to go into court, you have to wear you've got to wear robes, and at least at certain levels of court. And the robes look stupid. They absolutely are idiotic looking. They are an outfit that you cannot wear anywhere else. You literally have just one use for them, and that is when you're going to King's Bench. They look okay. Yeah. Here is a picture, I think. Let me find a picture. Okay, so just trying to pull up an image of the robes, and let me just pull this up here. This is what the robes look like. You can't wear this anywhere else. In fact, it is considered like a faux pas to wear this outside of court. So when you you literally can't do anything else with this. But the robe is like $1,000. The vest is like $400. The tabs, these little stupid things, the little the neck things, are like $25. And the problem is that I got fat. I got a set of robes. My articling principal bought me a set of robes when I finished articling. And it was actually kind of a stand-up thing, because he bought me the robes even though I wasn't going to be working there anymore. He was just being a stand-up guy. But they're fucking expensive. Can I have them tailored? I don't know that I can. So, yeah, but yeah, I'm going to need a new set. Can Can prosecutors join? I have played D&D with some prosecutors. I used to play D&D with a group that was 3 prosecutors and me. So yeah, can you buy used? Nobody ever sells used ones. Somebody says, are there a number of manufacturers? There are 2 places that make it, and there's like 2 makers of ropes in like Canada. So yeah. Will I cover Lindsay's trial live now? I can't right now. And the reason why I can't cover Lindsay's trial live is because I have, I got 2 weeks of, like, you give 2 weeks notice, right? And so I got 2 weeks there. So I'm going to be doing that. And yeah, I never want to burn bridges, so I'm going to be there. I'm going to help wind down all of the shit and all of that. So that prevents me from doing this thing live. But we will be doing recaps as I can. The recaps right now are I do the recaps when I can. And the reason why it's when I can is because A, full-time day job. B, what is it? With like the flooding shit and all of this stuff going on, it makes it tough. So like I have all sorts of things where like today I had to wake up at 6, which is earlier than I normally like to wake up. I know some people are going to be like, oh, 6, Runkle, come on. But like, I'm always up until 2, so getting up at 6 is kind of rough on me, right? Because 4 hours is less sleep than I would like. So, I woke up at 6. It was real short sleep, and I had to drive from where I'm staying out to here, like my house, and yeah, it and the reason why is to wait for when there is the wait for when the plumber and so forth shows up. So exciting times. All right. We could keep talking about this, but we should also talk about the Clancy trial. So the Clancy trial, we've got 2 days to recap. And I will say the more important of those 2 days is the more important of those 2 days is the day 2. Why are you not doing firearms training? The thing is that I am I'm okay with a gun, but I am a firearms lawyer. And so what that means is that I'm okay with a gun. But it doesn't mean that I'm hot shit with a gun. There's an important distinction there between like I am fine versus like I am good enough to be teaching people. What should I set for the goal? I'm just going to set goal because we can reset that later if desired. But so YouTube, this is plastic. This is, you can see it, plastic. But like, my draw is not great. It takes me a while. Now, the thing is that I have been I have shot with some people who are hot shit. I have, there are people I've gone shooting with who are capable of like draw fire in like quarter second and like hit 6 targets in the next second, right? Which is good. right? Um, but there are, so I'm not really the guy to teach you how to be good with run and gun and that kind of stuff. I can teach you basic gun safety. Like, that's not a problem. I can do that. But mostly I'm a gun lawyer, not, and I mean, maybe I'll have more time to actually do more shooting and do more practice and prep and all of that. So, yeah. Jenna Leah says, maybe I'll meet you in court next week. I will not be in court next week, most likely. But if you're in the Edmonton courts, I will be there. So I'll be there more. All right. Let us, yeah. Oh, Salty Bob would be so proud and a little jealous. Flame wine? Thank you. That is really one of the nicest things somebody could say, because Salty was a good guy. So, all right. Let us have a look at this trial. Day 2, by the way, is fucking crazy. Day 2 is one of the weirdest things I have ever seen, because I want everybody to remember this is a murder trial. And this is a murder trial where Lindsay Clancy is accused of murdering Patrick Clancy's kids. Celine says super chats first. Holy shit, we're 100 super chats deep. Let's cover super chats. Okay. Vez from Quebec, supposed to be away, but one of the doggos went into respiratory distress at the kennel. We rushed back there. Dog is okay, and I get a celebration stream. I am so glad the dog is okay. Glad you're here, but not glad that your plans got wrecked. Kurt Eaton, thank you so much. Much appreciated. It's a me, Tony P. Pop, thank you. Participating anonymously, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Oh, that's a butterfly. I was having trouble with like the visual. Yeah. Pamela Wissenbach to the celebration. Thank you. Juani Madrid, thank you so much. It's the champagne bottle and the glasses clinking and the hands clapping. Thank you. Vomit Fountain says, let's get this celebration started. Hopefully nobody vomit fountains during this stream. The Miss Monty, thank you. Luna Dewdrops, can't wait to hear your great news. Hopefully the great news, I hope nobody's disappointed, because I know that there were a lot of people like, just tell us the news already. And I'm like, I'm trying. I want to. Ran into all sorts of delays and, hiccups and so forth. And I was like, I don't want to announce and then it doesn't happen. Because if I announced like, hey, I'm finally going to do pro bono law and whatever else, and then it fell through, it'd be a thing. So I would be disappointed, but I think other people would be too. Avrila's Hobby Channel, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, much appreciated. Nancy Druby says, don't know what it is, but I'm in. Congrats, thank you so much. Victor Mann says, for a glowing runkle, spill the news. This is a really good day. Nisir K says, come on with the news we're waiting for. Thank you. Congratulations for whatever it is. We now know what it is. Justice Jargon, for the grift and all the wonderful streams you've done. Thank you. Brentwood Chic, thank you for the champagne glasses clinking. Joy W. Can says, I'll pay the required fee to hear the good news. I'm told I have to get better at grifting. Devin, thank you. Good to see you, Devin. Brandy in SA, goal. Marvin CZ, I need the good news, and then I'll need to sleep. Thank you so much. Scout Murfler, goal. So excited to hear the news. Been following for I don't know how long, at least Dep. So I can't wait to hear what you've been teasing. I really didn't mean to be as much of a tease as I was, because, oh my God, I ended up being such a tease by accident. Because I was like, hey, I hope to have some news for you like in the next couple of days, and then it didn't happen. And then I was like, hopefully soon, and it didn't happen. And then hopefully it didn't happen. And yeah. So Salegamine says, bubbly. Thank you. I saw somebody saying, what is the news? The news is I am moving to a job that pays less, but will let me start the pro bono goal. And so I'm gonna get it set up. I'm going to what is it? And then I'm gonna be doing, like, I'm gonna start taking clients. I probably won't be able to tell you about the clients unless the clients actually say, "Hey, you know, I talk about it." But yeah, Brentwood Cheek, thank you so much. Says congratulations. Red Pen says Pro Bono Runkle is the best Runkle. Congrats. Thank you. Witchy Jessa, congratulations. Thank you. Scout Murphy, yay, Pro Bono. That's pretty much how I feel. Silly says, yay, congrats on living your dream, Runkle. Thank you. It's funny because my big dreams, and I mean, I have the dream house thing that's on the list, but it's not really my big dreams. My big dreams are things like I want to do pro bono law and I want to raise money for the children's hospital. But yeah. Jamie Hire says, hell yeah, thank you. Mimi's in the house. So does this mean you'll work for the courts? How do you get paid? Here's the fun thing. I won't be getting paid for doing the pro bono. The pro bono is going to be I do the work and I get no money. That's how that goes. So the way I'll be getting paid is I do YouTube and make some money on YouTube, and I have the other job. So the how I get paid is here and there. I am basically going to be working 2 jobs in order to fund doing a 3rd job for no money. Oh man, when I say it like that, I sound like an idiot, but it's actually where I want to be. So yeah. Sandy says, congratulations, Ian. Thank you. Henhouse Bathco, congratulations, Ian. So inspiring to see someone achieve their goals. Well, thank you. It's been something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So yeah. Volka says, whoop, the path begins. It does. IFBB says, I thought you would win settlements and get some, so client takes all. Cool. I don't really do civil. So there's no contingency or anything like that. It is just, it's just, does the client go to jail or not? And yeah. Noodles Mom, cheers. Congratulations. Couldn't be happier for you. Thank you so much. Barbecue Counselor says, congratulations and best wishes on the new venture. Thank you, man. You're really killing it on the YouTubes these days, and we have got to do a thing. It'll probably be a couple of weeks before that becomes a thing, but I'm excited. We need to make that happen, and absolutely. Hezo1 says, congrats, Ian. Great news. It is. I feel fantastic. I say I feel fantastic. I also was, how do I put this? I was, what do you call it? I was like super nervous, right? So, just moving to a new thing is always nerve-wracking. And yeah, is the new firm the one who decides which pro bono cases? The decision as to which pro bono cases is entirely me. I get to make the call of what things I take and what things I don't. So, yeah. Victor Man 777. What did Rob say? Rob, at the time I talked to Rob last, it was still in progress, but he was really excited. And yeah, he was... So for the people who don't know and who've been worrying about Rob, I saw Rob like a couple of weeks ago, and Rob is doing great. He's, he's dealing with some family shit. He's doing fantastic though, and yeah, everything is good. That well, I say everything's good. He's got some stuff, but he's doing good, and it was really good to see Rob again. I haven't seen Rob in a long time, and it was really good to see Rob. So yeah, rolling along still. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, much appreciated. The Miss Monty, congratulations. Oh, and the question everybody asks is, did I see Rob for Rob getting married? No, Rob, that's still in progress. I did get to hassle Rob about you need to make this happen soon. But you know how it is. So I'm sure he's working on it. But yeah. Oh, and you know what I just found on my desk? I do have a knife. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. The Miss Monty says, congratulations. Thank you. Ms. Leah, so happy for you. You've been talking about it for years. We'll help you grift. Lol. It has been years. I'd hoped it would go along faster than this, right? I had hoped that it would be, what do you call it, sooner, but it just is what it is. Have you heard from Law and Lumber? Is he okay? Yes, that was what I was just talking about. Rob's doing all right. He's okay. He's just, yeah. How'd you miss that color? It was buried. You don't want to know what my desk looks like. You would be horrified. Pseudo Goose, cheers to freedom. Maybe I'm crazy too. I have very similar thoughts about my next job change. I hope it goes well, Pseudo Goose. Kay Paris, I believe in you. That makes one of us. I don't usually believe in myself. So Rainman says, hey there, Runkletarians. Long time no chat. It's good to see you. Salegamine says, yes, bravo for reaching your goal. Thank you so much. Juani Madrid, thank you. Gerald Manning says, congratulations. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Barbecue Counselor says, we fight with people for a living. You have to be able to enjoy your work. No, you aren't crazy. Congrats again. I am a little crazy, but in a good way. I, Trisha Lynn, motion to rename mods to Runkle's Grift Support. I'm okay with that if Tide's okay with that. The thing that is going to be a real big badass move, badass moment. So I'm gonna incorporate a not-for-profit for the the legal thing, and the reason why I'm going to do that is because I may at some point I may see about getting grants or something for the thing, and the reason why the grants would be the reason for that would be to have money for things like experts, because you've got people who can't afford a lawyer and then they need an expert, and the expert is 20 grand. And so it'd be really nice if I could figure out a way to get the government to apply for grants or something, so I could just have money in the not-for-profit account, not for paying me, but for the purpose of I need an expert. Here is the expert money pool. Because right now it would be, if you need an expert, you have to pay for the expert. I can't drop 20 grand to to pay an expert, and yeah, it just is what it is. Julie C says, missed what we're celebrating. New job that will hopefully let me do pro bono. Yeah. Donnie Not Wahlberg, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Laura Leanne, congratulations. Love seeing your dreams come true. Thank you. Hunk Banana Nose says, congratulations. Thank you, Hunk. You've been a longtime fan. So Joy W says, congrats. Great news for those needing defending. It's gonna be exciting. Girl named Joey, congrats. Check email. All right, I will check email. I see I've got some PayPals here Congrats for the announcement from Giraffe Gal. Joey Jones Donnelly says congrats on the pro bono goal, and I believe that was $50. Thank you so much. What is it? Giraffe Gal says so happy for you. Thank you so much. And KPT says congrats on the pro bono. You have a heart of gold. Thank you. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be nerve wracking. It's going to be all these things. So thank you. DR says congratulations. Thank you. Aqua says well done. The positive impact. Awesome. I'm looking forward to the badass moment of walking into court and, going up. The judge, is like, okay. And I'll be like, Runkle, first initial I, here on behalf of pro bono law. I'm dealing with this matter today. And, it should be exciting. So, and I mean, I can just imagine the judge will be like, what did you just say? And I'll be like, pro bono law. They'll be like, Mr. Runkle, you can't advertise a firm as pro bono law. I'm like, why can't I? And they'll be like, well, Mr. Runkle, it's misleading to call a firm pro bono law. I'm like, it is not misleading, Your Honor. I make no money. So I'm just watching them go, huh? Just have the like halt and catch fire moment. So yeah. Barb's New Zealand says congratulations on living the dream. Thank you. Marmar says I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Yeah, and Marmar, it makes me a little sad that what do you call it? That Moo isn't going to get to see it, but I like to think Moo is I like to think Moo would be proud and would approve. So, yeah. Jessica Carlson, cheers on having more freedom with your time and reaching your goal. Thank you. Victor Man says, post in the Law Nerd Lounge so EDB will know. I don't know what EDB will think. Hopefully she's okay with the post. So, yeah. Brentwood Chic, sponsors, ads, whatever it takes to live your dream. Yeah. I've been told I should set a banner. So, what is it? We'll just do this as a banner. Boom. Man, that is a big banner. Okay, I guess that is something we got to live with there. Michigan Farm Boy, are you writing the curriculum or is it provided modified from existence? There is an existing curriculum. I'll be mostly sticking to it, but, I've got some authority to make adjustments and to make, make tweaks and so forth. So, yeah. Swanee says, or thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Rainman says, so the peace officers will be better educated than actual law enforcement. I'm just going to not comment there. The Daffy 9, congrats, Runkle. Love to see your smiles. 39 months. Thank you so much. Brentwood Cheek, thank you. Salegamine, thank you so much. Nick Starro, woo, less paid. Yes, I hear you. What is that? Hog Banana, no. Let me get this straight. Runkle will be the reason Canadian cops do their jobs correctly, and he'll be what happens when they don't. I guess, yes. Patricia, for dreams coming true. Thank you. Michigan Farm Boy, are the peace officers allowed to play with your toys? I don't know. We'll talk. We'll see about that because some of my toys are full auto now. Yeah, it is a thing. Beamer says Prosecco for pro bono. Cheers. I don't drink like Prosecco a whole lot, but it feels like a celebratory drink, right? And yeah, it's The other time I drink Prosecco, believe it or not, is on planes, because for some reason planes often have Prosecco, and sometimes it's the best drink on the menu. So yeah, it is a whole thing. Um, what is it? Mysterica Claus, cheers, cheers. Kid Smiths, congrats. They're lucky to have you as a teacher. I hope so. Victor Man says, do they have a range you can use? Yes, but I think it's just shotguns. Dina Kawachi, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Josh Glover, that scam won't work on me. I run Linux. Was already accused of being a YouTuber on Reddit today. Internet folks are weird. Congrats on the new job. Congrats, or thank you so much. And congrats on being accused of being a YouTuber. Reddit does not like YouTubers, I can tell you that. Mary Matilda May, holy cow, the new job sounds super fun. Attracting toys. Congratulations, Runkle. You're doing good things. I hope so. Stephanie Bachman, so excited for Extra Runkle, watching a live from 2 years ago when I got the notification. Thank you. What is it? What is it? Runkle, repeat the news, please. The news is I am leaving my job, taking one that takes or that pays less money, but will give me the freedom to do pro bono law. And that is so that is where I want to be. And also my house is full of fruit flies. So yeah, that is a whole fun thing. Stephanie Bachman, so excited for Extra Runkle, watching a live from 2 years ago when I got the notification. Well, I'm glad you're here. Vomit Fountain says, let's smash this goal. Congratulations on beginning your pro bono dreams. Your courage and empathy are inspiring, and I wish you continued success. Thank you. It's exciting. It's terrifying. It's all the things, right? So, Bez from Quebec, believe in you and your dream. Congrats. The land I bought was my dream goal since I'm 6 years old, 48 years ago. Congratulations. That is amazing. Lady Tanya from Texas, so happy you get to do what you want. I will enjoy more Runkle time. Absolutely. The way the job is going to work is I'm going to be full-time, full-time some of the months, if that makes sense. So that means the other months I get to do things like willy-nilly. So, yeah. Really, Colette, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Victor Man, thank you for being a YouTube member. Much appreciated. And that apparently went through twice. Brentwood Chic, upgraded my membership for the cause. Please add more membership levels so we can help support you. I mean, the top membership level is $50 a month. I don't know what else you want there. Mary Matilda May, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Brenda S, follow your dreams. Here's my replacement dog toy money. Potter still has a lot of toys, but he is going to probably want more toys. And, yeah, so, yep, that, but right now my house is full of boxes. It's full of all sorts of things. And yeah, Nella Brown, congrats, a modest donation. I'm a retired person. Do not ever don't feel ashamed for, modest donation. Don't feel ashamed for if you can't donate. It's all good. I want people to feel happy here, even if they are, I don't want people to feel that they need money to be here. Because, yeah, there's a reason why none of my members only streams talk about law. My members only stuff is typically me doing like leather work and shit like that. Because I don't want to be, I want the law stuff to be available for everybody. What is it? EW Kerman says, I'm dead broke. Can I get a shout out? You can. Can you put the banner at the top? I don't think I can. Is there a way for me to adjust the banner? Edit. No. If I make it a ticker, Oh, if I make it a ticker, I can make it at the top. It looks like. There we go. I can do that. I don't like that it moves, but what do we do? Or what can we do there? All right. Molly is royal. Congrats. Thank you so much. Deblin, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Hug Banana No, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. And Brentwood Chic, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. We are catching up slowly. Tough Cookie, be sure to let us know when you have the nonprofit set up. I will. That'll be a while. Nick Starro says, Ford Transit big box are good to convert to a rolling studio camper if you travel a lot and have to stream on the road. I don't know where I'd get the money for that. What I'm probably going to do is I'm probably just going to get like a Pelican case with like a mic, a ring light, and a camera and a stand, and just have it so I can set up the stand and the stand and mic and ring light and just do all of that. Are you getting a grant official funds? No. Not yet. I will probably try to seek some in future. Maple Drives things, sent e-transfer Monday. I have an update. Got in. I saw the e-transfer. That is amazing. And so congratulations. That is fantastic news. Michigan Farm Boy, is this training groups of new recruits every quarter or whatever time period, or also continuing ed? Training groups of new recruits. Yep. Unrulia Julia, cheers, Runkle. Best of luck with the new venture. We're here for it. Thank you so much. Victor Man, Vice Baby, Legal Vice's son is running a D&D game. Oh, I should check that out. So one of the other fun things is that when the training is going on, the training is in Lac La Biche, and what do you call it? So that is a ways out. I can't like drive from Lac La Biche for the morning thing. I mean, I could, but it would be insane. So while I'm there, I'm going to be staying in the same sort of barracks as the recruits, which is kind of neat because I've done that before. You come in and there's the recruits there, and yeah. But it means I'll be staying in some fairly modest accommodation. And I mean, I'm fairly okay with all of that. So yeah. Cleopatra says, I feel like EDB makes it work anywhere she's at. She also has an amazing team. Yes. She has way more of a budget than I do, though. So, yeah. Suit is not self-care. It's a work uniform. That's exactly it. Silk Starlight, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Celebrial, you make me think of Harry Dresden and his opinion of robes for a white council meeting. I have not read the Harry Dresden books. I'm familiar with Harry Dresden as a concept, but I haven't read them. Michigan Farm Boy says, Kurt guested on Lawyers and Dragons show on Hogue Law Channel. The regulars were Hogue, Runkle, Rob, and Alita. Legal Bites, Kurt guested in season 1, and so did EDB. There's a Lawyers and Dragons playlist on Hogue's channel. Kurt used his breath weapon on everything. Secret Labs customer support. I recently bought a new gaming chair. It is not very comfortable. How can I be sure that I am, in fact, not sitting wrong? Yes, I see the irony. Yeah, the problem with, like, one of the problems is that my back is bad, so I sort of lean back and forth onto my arms, and I think you're not supposed to actually use the armrests. So, yeah. The Miss Monty, thank you so much. KPT says, send me the old robe. I can make a new one and not be $1,000. Shoot me your email. We'll talk. So, yeah. The Miss Monty, thank you so much. Brentwood Chic, thank you for the clapping emojis. Laura Christine, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Law-abiding Rebel, congratulations on achieving your pro bono goal. It is a huge step. I mean, I'm not there yet. I don't have the pro bono files, but very soon. Laura Leanne, yay, Runkle. Good happenings for a good man. Thank you so much. Pamela Wissenbach, thank you. ADHD Mommy, I see. As long as you're hot shit with the law, congratulations. I mean, I'm at least okay. GRB Chaser, Afroman is back for lemon pound cake, second helping. Will you cover his new lawsuit? Yes, I have a copy of it. I will cover it. Not today, but we will cover it soon. So yeah, it. All right. What is it? Vomit Fountain says for the pro bono goal. Well, hey, you just did that. Congratulations again. Thank you so much. It feels unreal. Charissa G617. So happy was able to catch this live. Congrats. Thank you. Moragana, proud to be a member of this journey. Congrats. Thank you. It's huge. Pose Raven, congratulations. Following your heart. Love it. Thank you. Esme, congrats, Ian. Well deserved. Thank you. It's going to be exciting. Lil Rouge says, I thought this news was about person, but this is even better. I look forward to as many live trials as you can do. This is amazing. So Lil Rouge, I guess, yeah, I thought this news was about Janet. The annoying thing right now is that because there's litigation ongoing, every time Janet gets mentioned in a stream, I've got to disclose the stream. So I got to make a note to add this to disclosure for the next batch of disclosure that goes out. And then, yeah, I mean, I hope, I guess she's going to have to get to watch this. Yeah, it just is what it is. But there we go. Off it goes. Phoenix Waller, congrats. Thank you so much. Michigan Farm Boy might want to look at the Super Tips program as they pass through more money. Not sure whether they work in Canada. I will look. Potentially Criminal. Hey, man, how you doing? Congrats on the big career move. It is... I think most lawyers have told me, why are you making a negative move? And I'm like, because it's positive for me, because I'm crazy. But thank you, man. Recovery Addict. Oh, good to see you here. Super excited for your new endeavors. Congrats. Thank you so much, man. We got to chat. JoJo's Grave Concern. Thank you so much for the membership. Dan Art, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Gerald Manning says, I got an amazing news today. Also, my wife and I decided to start the adoptions process for 2 little angels. That is amazing, Gerald. That is one of the greatest acts of charity and kindness, and so that is awesome. I'm proud of you, man. It's that is good stuff. Rain Man says, so right now you're pre bono law. Yes, I'm mad because I didn't think of it. That's why I'm mad right now, is because that is a great joke and I didn't think of it. Ohio Pop Mom, congratulations. Thank you. Stepanova, woohoo. Thank you so much. JoJo's Grave Concern, is it possible to set up a Give Send Go for your expert fund? Yes, later. Not right now. I gotta get some setup and stuff done first. Rob Price, glad you got the job. I've been keeping my fingers crossed on that. Hope it means you get to keep the relaxation place. I don't know. The land may have to get sold. And the reason why is because we have to step up the pace of buying the new house or building the new house, because this house got kind of wrecked. And so with that in mind, it might make sense to it might be that we got to sell the land and build the place. But that is what it is. Michigan Farm Boy, do they need shotguns to write tickets or for defense? So the shotguns are, properly speaking, for animal control and animal defense. Kaishuno, congrats to you and your future clients. Have you played much Subnautica 2? I have been playing a lot of Subnautica 2. Subnautica 2 is amazing. So, yes. Yeah. Question, trying not to snag, just trying to understand, how will you live in a new house with less payment? It's going to be difficult. Sacrifices is the answer to that. Could you buy land later? It's hard. They're not making more land. So let's see. Lindsay Metcalf. Anyone wanting to give more than the top membership tier on Patreon, you can set a custom donation amount. That is true, and I did not realize. Nikki Lewis, thank you so much for being a member. Nurse Thale, congrats and love for New Orleans. I so want to go to see New Orleans at some point. So that would be that'd be amazing. Gapanimake Studio, I think. Don't know much, but I know Te Amo. I had to figure out what Te Amo was, just like doing the processing there. It's me, Tony P. If we keep chatting, this stream will be 8 hours long. Keep it up, chat. I have 7 left in the queue. The world wonders. I have to sound off because it's D&D night, but I can see from the reaction that you got the pro bono goal moving. Huge congrats. Cheers, Ruckle Solo Cup. Thank you so much. GRB Chaser, this is the Super Chat stream. Congratulations on the pro bono pursuit. Long time coming. It really has been, but I'm getting there. It's a thing. It's happening. Carissa G617, so happy for you, Runkle. Couldn't happen to a better guy. World needs more like you. Thank you so much. Jeff fell in a moat. Congratulations, Professor Runkle. Thank you so much. Lulu, congratulations. Thank you. And SideQuest 101, congratulations. Need more lawyers like you. Thank you so much. It's yeah, he's going to NOLA. I don't have any plans for going to NOLA, but I want to go to NOLA at some point. Yeah, I'm what do you call it? I mean, amongst other things, I want to go and eat. How do I put this? I do like stomach tourism. I go to places and I eat and try good stuff. So like when I was in Seattle, one of the things that I was like, I want to do is I went to a good oyster bar and I had really good oysters and ate myself stupid. But yeah, I mean, I love like Creole food. I make a good gumbo, I think. Yeah. Shelly Knuckles Kelly, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Music to my soul. Congratulations, Runkle. You have such a good heart to have this pro bono dream. I had a really hard day today and I'm heartbroken. So I'm glad to hear something positive. Music to my soul. I hope things are okay for you. So LMP, congratulations. Tonight for good news. The alert I got on my smoke alarm going off while I was at work was a false alarm. Oh, that's got to be terrifying. Smoke alarm going off. You will eat. You need elastic pants when you go to NOLA. Mr. B's is my favorite, but you can go anywhere and get amazing food. There used to be a place in Vancouver, and the place was called Appy Al's Appy Eats with like the apostrophes, and it was run by Al. And Al was a nearly 7 foot tall black guy with a giant gut and like a huge smile all the time. And so you'd go there and you'd have, you'd order food and he'd come out and he'd be like, how are you liking it? And it's like, awesome. So I miss that place because, he knew his stuff. He was it was like authentic stuff and he knew what he was doing. So all right, let us actually let me see if I can up the volume because we always need to up the volume. It just is a thing. There we go. These fruit flies are really pissing me off. All right, so this is day 2. What is it? Does Canada prosecute postpartum psychosis cases? Oh, that is an excellent question. Fantastic question. Love that question, and I'm going to bring up something to to show you guys something that is in the criminal code in Canada, and I don't think it exists in the U.S. And yeah, so let me talk about what we would be looking at, what the argument would be looking at in Canada. Oh, I'm seeing a request for a swoop. We can do a swoop. Swoop. All right. So let's look at Canadian murder law. So Canadian murder law. Hopefully you guys can read this. Homicide. A person commits homicide when directly or indirectly by any means he causes the death of a human being. Kinds of homicide. Homicide is culpable or not culpable. Non-culpable homicide is not an offense. What is an example of non-culpable homicide? Self-defense killing would be non-culpable homicide, right? But culpable homicide has three categories. Culpable homicide falls into murder, and murder has specific intent to kill or recklessness as to, whether you would kill, or manslaughter, or infanticide. Infanticide is the part that I want to highlight here, because when we go down and we look at, and where is it? Infanticide. This is a specific, this is a very gendered provision. It is one of the very few specifically gendered provisions. Ah, crap. I tried to embiggen and then I lost it entirely. So give me a second. Let me find it again. All right. Now that I've embiggened a little bit further. Infanticide. A female person commits infanticide when by a willful act or omission she causes the death of her newly born child if at the time of the act or omission she is not fully recovered from the effects of giving birth to the child, and by reason thereof or of the effect of lactation consequent on the birth of the child, her mind is then disturbed. What is it? Kurt says, Runkle, are you okay? Yes. Kurt, I was saying we got to play some D&D at some point, but I was also saying that you murder hobo a little bit for a live stream, so we got to figure that out. But yes, I'm doing all right. I have a new job that is happening, and it is hopefully going to let me do pro bono. So fantastic. So yeah, infanticide is a special kind of homicide. And punishment for infanticide. I am not going to embiggen anymore. I'm just going to read it. Read it further. Every female person who commits infanticide is guilty of A, an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 5 years, or B, an offense punishable on summary conviction. What is the minimum sentence for infanticide? Nothing. The court can theoretically issue a fine for an infanticide. The court can issue an absolute discharge, which is you did the thing, you shouldn't have done the thing, it's a bad thing that you did it, and the punishment is nothing. Now, Katrina Bunny says, what about a father? Why specify just the mother? Because this is really intended to deal with postpartum depression. That's what this is about. It's about postpartum depression. And so Canadian law specifically notes a special category. And quite frankly, this case, the whole Clancy case, if this were happening in Canada, would be a very, very easy case. Because I suspect what the Crown prosecutor would do is they'd come back and say, hey, there's some real good evidence that this is infanticide and not murder. 2 years less a day? And I could genuinely see her getting a sentence of like 2 years less a day. Or she might want 2 years exactly or 2 years plus a day. And the reason for that being to go to a federal prison. And the reason why she might want to go to a federal prison instead of a provincial prison is because they have better funding and services and all of that. But in the area they're in, they don't seem to have this issue, right? They have the issue of, well, either she is guilty of a triple murder and going to jail for forever, or she is guilty of, or she is not criminally responsible by reason of, basically an insanity plea. And so the issue isn't, did she do the killing? She admits to doing the killing. Like, she admits that. And she, it's very clear she does not feel good about it. And what I mean by that is that, like, when you see her in court, most of the time she's been in court, she has been sobbing. Like, she is crying in court a lot. This is one of these cases that's really difficult because at the end of the day, I don't think that society is better by locking her away forever. I just don't. So it's tough. And the really weird thing that you're going to see today is that I think there's somebody who agrees with me. And I think the person who agrees with me on this is Patrick Clancy. I mean, I can't say for certain what the guy's thinking. I cannot say, I can't say where his head's at. But Patrick Clancy does not come off here as a guy who is angry at her. He does not come off as somebody who wants to see her in jail. And that is so unusual for a case like this. Because normally if you've got a case where the woman is accused of killing her kids, like, how often do you see a parent where somebody has killed their kids and they're like, I am kind of in their corner? Like, almost never. It is virtually never that you see that. Now, the other thing about Patrick Clancy is that even though I get the sense that he's got a side, he's got a position, he's got a place he wants to be on this, I also get that he very much is just there to answer questions honestly and is absolutely, like, how do I put this? Of all of the cases that I have covered, of all of the witnesses in all of the cases that I have covered, Patrick Clancy is the most stand-up human being that I have seen in any of these cases. And I see somebody saying he's guilty himself. I don't see how. I mean, I could see him having survivor's guilt. I could see him sitting there and going, man, there's stuff I wish I could have done better. But I don't think that there's any legal guilt. I don't think that there's any, and I don't think that he's morally guilty. I don't think that he, and like there are people on Twitter who are just like, he should be in jail, all of this. I'm like, dude, he was doing the best he could. He was, he was struggling, and he was trying the best he could to help her. He just wasn't perfect, and he didn't know what was going to happen. I don't think he knew at all what was going to happen. So, I haven't seen it. I've seen people referencing his statement, but I haven't seen it, and I should go try to track it down. All right, let us jump back to things. We're going to embiggen. Here we go.
Hi, good morning, sir. Hi, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site?
This is gonna be awkward. What is the prosecution theory? With opening, I thought it was just she was unwell, but not the right kind of unwell for not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution's theory that they have been advancing so far is that she was actually doing great, and that this was a planned homicide, like where she killed the kids because they were interfering with her lifestyle, and she just didn't want to be a parent anymore. She said that in the opening, and that this was a planned and deliberate killing where, she was just doing it because she just didn't want to be a mom anymore. And I think, Elf Wiggins, we've had some discussion, some disagreement on this one, but I think the prosecution is misplaying it. I think that if the prosecution was coming in and saying she was unwell, but she wasn't sufficiently unwell to hit, not guilty by reason of insanity, that would be a much better approach. But the prosecution is coming in with, she was planning this. She was, she is an evil person. And basically, she spends a lot of time today arguing or pushing, or sorry, today is in day 3, not day 2, what we're watching right now. She spends a whole bunch of time advancing the argument that that like all of this was fake. That seems to be where she's going, and I think she's misplaying this. I think she is, and I don't just think she's misplaying it. I think she's massaging the evidence to try to fit a theory, and I think she's doing it in ways that, like, they make me uncomfortable. I do not like how this prosecutor is running this. And the prosecutor also clearly doesn't like Patrick Clancy. The defense comes in and is like, if you need some time, we can take a break anytime you need, whatever else. The prosecutor comes in and she actually starts cross-examining him later and is like pushy in ways that I'm like, I do not like this.
For suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I'd also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he'd be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next
All right. Any objection? That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Yeah, we're not going to attack her physical appearance. I got no beef with her physical appearance. That is not how we roll here. We comment on her legal abilities. We comment on her actions. We comment on whatever. And I say that especially, sometimes I do. I have been known to occasionally mock witnesses and so forth. But I'm more sensitive about it with women because women get more shit about it. And so, yeah. I will admit there's a bit of hypocrisy. I mocked that one witness in the, in the Karen Reed trial for having the bald spot in the shape of the bird because that's fucking funny. Yeah. Clothing is different, and I talk about clothing for both sides. Yeah.
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went.
So the prosecution's theory that they're advancing here is that this CVS and 3V stop is purely to get Patrick Clancy out of the picture so that she can kill the kids. The idea is that this is her master plan. She's sending him to get takeout of like a Mediterranean power bowl in order that she can kill the kids. And I'm like, but we hear that he goes away for much longer periods than this, right? And I'm like, if I was trying to get Mrs. Runkle out of the way for some like master plan, I would not be like, hey, I am, hey, I'm gonna, send Mrs. Runkle to like a slightly further restaurant. Like, I'd pick some time when she's gonna be away for longer, right? You wait for guides night, wait for like some of these things.
CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would. to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
Yeah, the master plan to get this guy out of the way is to send him to a place that is just down the fucking street. Are you kidding? Like, this is your big plan? Is going just down the street? Okay.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know why they're showing this video, right? Like, okay, who gives a fuck, but okay.
And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves are pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there's a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you?
So basically, she couldn't be not guilty by reason of insanity because she was still aware of, that basically that they need the stuff to make the kid poop. Okay. The problem is that the argument that the defense is making isn't that she's like, acts crazy or like, the Simpsons lady who like throws the cats. It's that, it's that she had a command hallucination. And so, I mean, I'm like, this feels like she's trying to tell the jury she can't have had a command hallucination because she seems coherent. And I'm like, that is entirely consistent with the defense theory. I don't like it because it feels like they're playing on stereotypes instead of addressing the actual issue.
You, in fact, purchase some Pedialyx at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
Why the fuck are they making him ask? Why are they making him answer about the Skittles? Like, oh my fucking God.
We have the CVS receipt. Mark this the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
I mean, I might have just gone, hey, is this the receipt? You don't need to ask him about the Skittles. It's so fucking unnecessary, and it feels snipey. Like, oh, on the day your kids were getting murdered, you ordered or you got Skittles.
26. And then if we could have the original CBS video marked as an exhibit and the CBS timeline, like a condensed version like this, the following exhibit.
27 and 28.
Yeah, the original mark is 27.
Oh, and we hit the goal, so I am going to pour another glass of Josh.
26, 27, 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen, this green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Holy shit, it looks like it's 15 minutes away.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
That may be admitted.
We can use empty cases of marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
We could pull up the 3D video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on the screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, they're allowed to play this. There's nothing unethical about playing it. I'm just like, why are they showing this? Why are they bothering with the video of him at the 3V? Nobody's contesting that he's at the 3V, right? I think the reason why the prosecution is doing this is to be like, we totally know every second of every moment of every whatever. And I'm like, okay. The thing is that this kind of thing, and I don't think she's intentionally doing it here. But I mean, I would find this to be stressful as fuck to be taken back to these moments, right? If I was him, I would just be like, I would not want to be reliving this moment of being in the 3V, right? Like, I don't like it.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
The thing is, at this point, he could pull out a machete and, like, you know, go to town on the woman in the coat there, and it would not be a single bit relevant to the prosecution of Lindsay Clancy, right? So, like, why do we have this?
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related. It could be anything.
Who gives a fuck what he's doing on his phone? He could be looking at porn. It wouldn't fucking matter.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Who gives
So
a
you were
fuck?
the here from 3D Restaurant for Mediterranean Parble and Scallop and Pork Belly Risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yep.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, she's capable of giving a name and a phone number. So she can't be not guilty by reason of insanity because she can give a name and a number. Yeah, if I'm on the jury, I'm totally convicting on that.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
Like a particularly clever piece of cheese could have managed that task. So, you know.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home front and back marked sequentially as the next exhibits.
They may be admitted.
It's 32 through 37, no, 38, so far. Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage?
Yep.
All right, let's take a little pause here, and we're going to look at some law. Because I feel like we need some law here. And give me 1 second while I pull up some law. Well, law, jury instructions. Same. So, all right, here is the law or the jury instructions, the model jury instructions. And this is off of mass.gov. So, lack of criminal responsibility. If the Commonwealth has proved the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, which they have. Why? Because the defense admits them. Like, the defense admits she totally killed the fuck out of the kids, right? The defense admits this. The defense starting point is she killed the kids. And then she jumped out of a window and became a paraplegic. Like, this is the defense position. This happened. And so that is covered. The Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was criminally responsible. And so they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offense. Under the law, a person is not guilty if they lacked criminal responsibility when they committed the offense. This is sometimes referred to as not guilty by reason of insanity. In Canada, they got rid of not guilty by reason of insanity, and it is not criminally responsible by reason of mental disorder. Why did they do that? Because insanity sounded too... okay, I'm going to sound like an asshole when I say it, but this is kind of a woke thing, and I know that makes me sound a bit like an asshole, but they changed the terms because they were worried that insanity sounded, too harsh. That's it. And yeah. So there is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility. So the thing is people are like, she has to prove she's insane. No. She's insane by default. The prosecution has to prove that she was sane. And it's beyond a reasonable doubt. The Commonwealth may meet its burden of proving a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct in either of two ways. The first way is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. I think that might be hard, but they're trying to suggest that now. I see one I want to address here in the chat. So Runkle, we talked about things before. My daughter's starting to apply for law schools, U of C, U of A, and UVic. She has a 3.79 GPA and an LSAT of 164. Think she'll get in or no? I think one day I'll be going to her bar call if I'm invited, Chris. So I do think she'll be invited, or I do think she'll get in. So, yeah. And yeah, in your average case, nobody expects a lot of evidence that the person was sane without it being an issue raised. Absolutely. In most cases, there is no issue of sanity, right? You know, Bob stabs Frank, and the reason why is because Bob wants Frank's wallet. There's no indication that there's a mental disease, and if they were asked to prove it, they'd be like, yeah, wanting his wallet is a pretty ordinary and understandable rationale. But here, one path that they have to prove or that they can use is to prove that she had no mental disease or defect. And this is going to be hard because she was taking so many pills that, quite frankly, if she didn't have a mental disease or defect when she started taking all those pills, she would have had a mental defect or, whatever after taking all the pills. I don't think it's possible to take that many psych meds without it affecting you in some fashion, right? So a mental disease or defect need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. It is a legal term, not a medical term. It does not, however, include an abnormality that presents itself only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial behavior. Why is that in there? That is in there because of things like psychopathy. And so what they don't want people to say is, look, I'm crazy because I keep murdering people. Right? You're not, they don't want somebody to say, well, look, I killed 20 people, so I must be crazy, right? We don't want to live in the world where that, is okay, right? It's like, well, if you kill one person, then you go to jail. But if you're a serial killer, then it's okay, right? It's like, no, that's not how the law works. So they say it is for you to determine from the evidence whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. So far, I think that the defense is doing pretty good on that one. The second way for the Commonwealth to prove a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that even if the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. Note that is and. They have to both appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and be able to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, here's the thing. The defense is arguing this part. And to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. The defense is saying she had a command hallucination. She was unable to resist that command hallucination, and it made her kill her kids, even though she didn't want to. It was like a compelling thing that made her kill her kids, even though she's like, no, this bad. The defense is not arguing that she was like noodle doodle out of her tree, because sometimes you have not guilty by reason of insanity cases where you've got somebody who like doesn't even know what planet they're on. And they're just like, woo, out there. That's a different scenario, right? And so the prosecution basically seems to be, and I don't know what's in the prosecution's head, but they seem to be arguing basically she had the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness, but that's not the defense's position. And I feel like they're going to say she can't have had a command hallucination because she knew all of this other stuff. And I'm like, yeah. Alf Wiggins, I don't disagree with you here. Yeah, this trial should really be about whether a command hallucination can happen only once and be sufficiently strong that one time to overcome a person's ability to conform to the law. This should absolutely be a case that is a battle of experts. Like, I don't know that Patrick Clancy is offering that much, but he's offering some. He's not entirely irrelevant. But, I mean, largely I think that this should come down to experts. But I think that the prosecution's strategy is to steer on this. Somebody says, yeah, we're the experts. The experts are coming. There will be experts. The defense is going to have experts. The prosecution is going to have experts. There's going to be experts. Like, there will... If either side does not call experts, then they are fuck-ups and should be hit with a paddle. And not like in a sexy, cute way. I mean, like, you know, in a way that they don't like. So, to establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant appreciated, that is, the defendant knew or understood in some meaningful way, that their conduct was either illegal or wrong. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the law's requirements, the Commonwealth must prove beyond reasonable doubt that any mental illness or defect that may have existed at the time of the alleged offense did not deprive the defendant of their ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. So, if they consume drugs or alcohol, continue with supplemental 1. So, this goes on for, this is 12 pages. We're gonna skip over some of this, but you see what the argument is here, right? The two paths that the prosecution has. Now, the jury instructions, they're going to go over the jury instructions in full to the jury. But, yeah. So this is important for understanding where the defense is going and where the prosecution is going, and how the defense and the prosecution are really going in different directions. And it feels a little bit like, a shell game where the prosecution is wanting you to follow the P and to an empty. Yeah. Okay. This metaphor is getting a little strained. We'll move on.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left. There's a fence there. Is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
Why do we need to know what the backyard looks like and the fence looks like? I mean, are they just doing this to show us that there is snow? Because we had that trial and I fucking hated it.
And then Exhibit 37. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumps out.
And Exhibit 38. Is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little more relevant. So, yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what?
Yeah, it's the one with the blood stains on it.
What is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's. Okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
Who gives a fuck about the other windows? Why am I hearing about the bathroom windows?
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
Sir, can you testify where you shit?
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You have these two photos marked with the next visitor, please.
It may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
Now, here's the thing. On Friday, I think it is, they're taking the jurors in to see somebody else's house because they don't live there anymore. And I mean, no shit, they don't live there anymore. I would, it's hard enough to come home after you've had to put your dog to sleep and you're coming home to a home that doesn't have the dog anymore. And the dog is not a baby, right? The dog is not a child. So no shit, they don't live there anymore. They are now living somewhere the fuck else. And someone else is living there and will have made this space their own. And so now they're going to be walking the jury in to see some new family with some new decorations and some new furniture and some new everything. And the jury is going to be like, this looks nothing like the pictures. I heard that the new family didn't want them to do a view, but the court did it anyway. I mean, I would be bolting the fucking doors shut, honestly. I would be so fucking pissed off. Even with how contentious this defense counsel is, I would have agreed to stipulate these foundational things. She wants to run through all of this shit. Yes, the family hired a lawyer and they were arguing it in a pretrial hearing. I mean, honestly, I would have thoughts about, you can't come into my fucking house. So, yeah.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who?
So, yeah, new owner doesn't want them there. I can tell you what I'd be thinking of doing if I was the new owner. I would have a big old fucking dinner just before the jurors arrived. And you know what I'd have for dinner? You know what I'd be eating before the jurors showed up? Well, I'm thinking I would be eating, some sort of rare and exotic food. I'd be busting out the fucking surströmming. I would microwave that shit. They would be coming in there and it would be like surströmming and fucking durian in the house. And it'd be like, all right, y'all. You can wander around this house with the surströmming and the durian and yeah, just come on in, guys. Have a look around. Stay as long as you want. Yeah.
Did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah.
And there was no response?
Correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window was open.
Now, here's the thing. The defense was willing to stipulate to this. They're asking him all of these questions because they don't want to, they want to go through this. And I mean, if you want to get that there was blood everywhere and so forth, they can get that out through a police officer. This is unnecessary. And if I was prosecuting this case, I would be trying to spare this guy, but they want the jury to get the horror so that they can, be angry.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You have this photo there.
That may be admitted.
You said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No,
How far into the room did you get?
probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose, and there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface.
Keep in mind the blood is not from the children. The blood is entirely from Lindsay. So the prosecution is trying to argue that she was like just fake cutting, and he's like, no, there was so much fucking blood.
I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these 3 photos marked as the next exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So they're showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls in the bedding, correct.
So she's just like, look, there's no blood. And he's like, yeah, those aren't the walls I'm talking about. This is where you start seeing the things where she's playing things off the sides, right?
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
No.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Whose phone is it?
that was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yep.
We have this marked as the next exhibit,
That may be admitted.
please. 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window, and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard,
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, at the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
Yeah, I mean, they could absolutely argue this. They're just instead trying to argue that it was a fake suicide attempt and that she wasn't really trying to, like, I don't get it.
Down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this one.
Might that may be admitted?
Exhibit 48. Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
So she's like, not a real wound, right? Seems like that's where she's going.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
Also, random aside, after talking about surstrumming, I'm kind of craving it. I am debating buying a can, but it's like $50. I shouldn't.
So now that
Yeah, this is kind of a problem. I think that the prosecution might be a little bit too far up their own ass here to realize that she's actually really sympathetic. So
it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom?
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe.
That okay, the way the prosecutor said that is, that's what you do when you got an answer you didn't like. She's like, oh, okay, shit. Yeah.
So.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
Immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had.
Okay. Do we really need to get this from him when it was offered as a stipulation?
A band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes, but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band.
Like, really? Do you think this is playing well with the jury?
Band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition?
Also, when you think about what like a shoe knot would be like without the bow, is basically that, right? So, do, and tuck and pull. The simplest possible knot. So if the argument is how's she managing a difficult knot, she's not.
Was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
we may have.
I mean, hey, let's take the guy who's probably got PTSD and just like kick him in the balls for a solid hour.
Approach briefly?
Yeah, please.
Home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
I mean, I imagine that he would have had a reaction to that. That like something different would have happened if she'd been like, "I'm gonna kill the children." So also, if she had said, "I'm gonna kill the children," she'd be using that as evidence of premeditation. There is no way that this goes that the prosecution doesn't use it.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
That is possibly the better line for that, but they don't get it in through him. He's like, I don't recall. I don't remember that. That's not evidence.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Motion for shots, Your Honor. I mean, that would be... I mean, I've had clients that might have done that.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
I just have exhibits
All
after.
right. Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
So they get in a bunch of exhibits through stipulation. What are the exhibits? Pretty awful.
Yeah, the dinosaur underwear for the record. At this point, I would move to submit some evidence first.
So let's look at the relevance of a bunch of these pieces of evidence.
Would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023. First, the pajama pants.
What is the relevance of the pajama pants? Fucking nothing. This is purely prejudicial. It has no probative value whatsoever. This is purely to just get the jury to make a decision based on emotion, because in the jury room, they're going to be like, look at these little pants. This is gross. If I was the judge, I would be like, fuck off.
on the shirt.
No probative value at all.
And then the pink robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted.
Fucking insane.
Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. Yeah, the dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. That this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
And then Helen's
I'm pretty sure they argued this ahead of time, but got shot down.
pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yeah, that was probably the part that we couldn't hear because they muted it out. I was in court, and yes, the jurors cried, and yes, Reddington did argue against all this. It's all BS. I mean, I feel like she's going to get convicted because the jury's just going to hate all of this.
Black exercise bands found with Cora. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may.
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. You could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right.
I would certainly argue this on an appeal, and just be like, this was argued purely on emotional basis. This was improper.
Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you your due. But it's
All right, so he's warning
you
the
can't
jury
find
that it's
facts or base your
emotional.
decision on sympathy, anger.
They don't play for us the 911 call, but they do focus on her so we can see her crying. Katie, a strangulation is actually pretty fast. Unconsciousness happens pretty quickly.
Reports in session, please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Board, all rise.
All right.
Recess, please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you.
They want her to go to jail forever. They absolutely do.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are
I'm
you?
going to ask.
Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Krause. It's ANGELA KRAUSE.
And your date of birth, please.
5/1977.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston.
Okay, so if you thought that this was going to actually be a witness that matters, they brought in they brought in the CVS pharmacy worker. So if you're wondering how do they get to 100 witnesses, they call like everybody who fucking exists.
Thank you.
Please. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what you're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last
Sweeney, Sweeny.
and now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9389.
And where do you work?
Currently have two jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE, with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019.
They also call the person from the fucking restaurant where they got the takeout.
And where is it located?
In Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
Yeah, they often ask dates of
And
birth.
directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock.
And when would your shift end?
Typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant, front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
as a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the Power Bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask?
Are you fucking kidding me? Is the Power Bowl a salad? We're into the super fucking relevant questions now. Is the Power Bowl a salad? Like, okay, all right.
Any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean Power Bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did
Why the fuck do we need to know if there's protein on the fucking salad? Like,
you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
so basically, as everyone agrees, she didn't appear to be a raving lunatic. Yeah, but that's never been the argument. Like, oh, this is a mix of like, let us ask about the fucking salad and then ask if postpartum depression makes you slur. Okay. All right. And then we come back after the break.
Please be seated.
And you know what the worst thing? Not the worst thing. It's not even like the top 10 of worst things. You know what is annoying me right now? The discussion of the Mediterranean Power Bowl is making me want a Greek salad. It's not the worst thing, but yeah.
And including the 18 journalists.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're now going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Judge. Afternoon, Mr. Clancy. You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that one of you and your brothers maybe some other people into the home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first that I pick up on here. This guy has no obligation to assist the defense, right? When the defense is like, hey, I want to come and see some stuff. He is entirely able to tell them, go to the land of fuck yourself, right? And like that is entirely within his options. He's allowed to say, hey, I understand what you want and fuck you. And the horse you rode in on and, you know, the idea of the horse you rode in on, right? He's got that option. But instead, he's like, all right, I'm coming in. So I pick up on this because as a defense lawyer, normally if I call, somebody and I'm like, hey, it'd really help my client if I could do X, Y, and Z. They're like, yeah, about that. I'd really like to, but could you shove it up your ass? That is the usual response I get as a defense lawyer. So when I hear that the defense lawyer got all this cooperation, I'm like, ooh, okay. He appears to be kind of on side. What kind of books do you read in your own time? I haven't had time to read a book in a while. The last thing I read was a book on tape. I don't know if that counts. Which was Project Hail Mary, and it was awesome. Celine says, can we have a mental health puppy swoop? We absolutely can. Let's see. For the people wondering, we did save the elf, but the tag on the elf is lost. We had to put the elf through like the washing machine repeatedly, so the tag is gone, but the elf survived.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
At double major?
Yeah.
She was a very good student.
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was we call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then? Or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Tell us a little bit about, Lindsay, obviously, the most.
All right, I'm going to juice the volume a little bit because the defense lawyer is he likes to wander, and I mean his style is very conversational. It's very chummy, chatty. I think it's the right style for this, but because he's wandering, because he's all chummy, chatty, it really means that we can't hear shit. So I'm turning this up.
She liked being a nurse.
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Did you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely. Yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, or she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained, if you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy, that she didn't want to go back to work. But I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No,
What was the reason?
she struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately,
So right now, that is a huge, thing for the defense. It's not that she was tired of the kids. It's that she doesn't like being away from the kids. She wants to be with the kids. She loves the kids. Okay.
moved, that's scary. Did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, obviously, had more children, ultimately you got 3 children,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth, is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Oh shit! I've got 6 minutes left to order my Greek salad. Greek salad and dolmades. Go. I will have to take a brief minute to get that when it comes, but place order. There we go.
You, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize your handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, counsel's looking at that. Is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
you would. Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Just ask if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting?
Yep.
So I'm going to go to the office.
Any objection?
Yes.
If I could see counsel.
So the good thing about a Greek salad is that it probably has no lettuce. I don't think it's a lettuce kind of salad. Although who knows? Maybe I'm going to get lettuce and I'm going to die. If I end up with the raging poops, I'll let you know, chat.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be thrilled to know.
What does it appear to be to you, if you know? If you know some deliveries that she was involved in?
Yeah.
You see the first one, what's the date?
It was May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate that, to your knowledge, Lee, when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
So, couple of things here. First, she's got really nice handwriting. And I say this as a guy who's got really shit handwriting, because my handwriting is so awful. Closed captions. There are no closed captions. But I mean, her handwriting is really nice. Are you guys not able to hear it? But I can hear it. But they note here, the reason why they're presenting this is that her first delivery, the child was named Cora. And because of that, she named her first child Cora. And I'm like, why the fuck are they showing this note?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
Is the name of the little girl who was born on that day was her first delivery?
Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
I mean, holy shit. So I know it was really low. It was hard to hear. what was said was the first ever child that she delivered. The defense likes to wander. He was so far away from the mic. The first ever child that she delivered was named Cora. And so she named her child Cora after that first child. And I'm like, oh, that is kind of heartbreaking.
You told the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading the books at 3 months, and she made up songs for them.
Can I just say how fucking dangerous that is as a question? I'm going to turn the audio up even more. Like, they're asking the father of the killed kids how the person who killed his kids was as a mother. This is not a question you ask unless you already know the answer and you already know this question. That question of how was she as a mother tells you in and of itself that Patrick is on board with the defense.
I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the?
It's either that, they knew Patrick was on side, or that the defense are fucking morons. And I'm going to tell you, I have seen a little bit of Reddington's work so far. I don't think he's a moron. I think Reddington's pretty damn good. I'm just going to say. I think Reddington is, so far, he's impressing me. So.
Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bedroom, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
Hangings from the wall?
Yeah.
This is so heartbreaking. It's just such an insane tragedy.
One of the photographs that the government had was a photograph that, excuse me, you can identify first. Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
658.
Thank you.
If I may, put 758 up so the jurors can see it. There's some kind of, like, looks as though it's a boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, they're in that room with the kids' toys.
If you put this shit into a movie, oh my God, you would not be able to put this into a movie. It's a Wonderful Life, thing with the window that looks into the kitchen, and you see oh my God. Like, this was a hard day to watch. And I will say, I had a big day. I was busy yesterday. I was doing shit. And so I couldn't watch the trial when the trial was going on. I had to watch the trial in the evening, late at night. And so I was watching this at 1, 2 a.m. When it's late at night and everyone's gone to sleep and you're just on your own and this shit starts hitting you, I mean, I will tell you, I was not enjoying that. I was having a rough time. I was, thinking of what happens if something happens to Mrs. Runkle? What happens if something happens to the pups? What happens if something happens to my brother, niece, nephew? All of, I was just it was difficult. It hit me. So, and the thing is that, yeah.
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sampling of kids' rooms?
Yeah. I think it was Dawson's.
Okay.
The objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, whatever his name is, on the right. It's got alphabet, A, B, C, D, things like that. Is correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same thing, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah.
And they were hanging on the wall?
Correct.
Who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And
I mean, here's the thing. I kind of hate that they're making him do this, but this is relevant. So I hate this part, but this part is relevant.
did she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
This I don't like.
You recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
Which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Oh, okay. I don't like this. I don't like. I might have gotten this through with a cop or something. I mean, this is rough.
Did you have occasion to see her interact?
Okay, guys, I just want to. I feel like a bit of an asshole for doing this, but we're gonna do it anyway. This is at 1x speed.
Did you have occasion to see her?
You see that motion he makes with his lip, and you see the motion he's making with his eyes.
Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson?
You know what that motion is? That is him fighting to keep from crying. That's what that is. Fuck.
Craig, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he's a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson
I
very much.
don't actually like
She
his
resent
tie,
him?
but
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Are you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Representative, over the years, over a period of time, going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
And if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Council.
All right, so yep. This is, I don't like this. Yeah. Jumping ahead a little bit.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being the email that you sent.
Yeah.
Put up without your
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of
purpose.
yes.
Outside the purpose.
No,
Legitimate purpose.
sure, yeah.
He's like, purpose. I'll tell you the purpose. Now, I'm just going to say it is really unusual that the prosecution is the kind of objections that we're seeing from the prosecution about the defense dealing with what was originally their witness is like, okay, yep. You can see Patrick is kind of on side.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022 that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
Okay, so now what we're hearing is the prosecution misled you, didn't they?
When you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed and she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night.
Objection.
Sustain, if you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be.
So the objection is the characterization of the prosecution's argument. But he's like, the prosecution said she was having this like massage night and so forth. And instead of having the massage, she had to abort that and just have a cry in her bed. Okay, so the prosecution is the advantage the prosecution has in all of these circumstances is that the prosecution gets to be the prosecution has an instant credibility bump walking through the door, right? The prosecution gets an instant advantage on everything by because the jury is more inclined to believe that the prosecution are playing fair, playing straight than the defense are. It is the way it is. But if the prosecution loses that, if the prosecution loses that credibility with the jury, then they're largely done. It is a really bad thing. And when he's like, so the prosecutor wanted you to believe X, but it's actually Y, right? I'm like, oh, that is rough for the prosecution.
From one of photographs that the district attorney had showed me yesterday with her in a mask. And I believe the that's in the mask. Now that photograph, sir.
Reddington is smooth, and he's been at this for a good long time. So yeah,
Actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Is that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Remember when that picture was taken? I showed you. Okay. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right hand corner top, what date was that picture taken?
It's December 2nd.
Same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
So you're-
dude, get near a fucking microphone. I couldn't even hear him there. And the volume is maxed.
So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting. We haven't had time to Here it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
Just,
It's the jury's memory.
if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir,
That was an improper objection. That shouldn't have happened, but yeah.
that she also had sent you the same day, or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photo.
Oh, I mean, he is not getting derailed. If she's trying to object to deflect or from this guy, he is not getting derailed in the slightest. He is a rock solid wall of, yeah, he's just good. I will be right back because the food just arrived, but I'm going to leave you briefly with some Zora because everybody could use a little Zora in their lives, and it'll give me a minute to get the food and come back. I love that pup. That is a little video clip from the Furbo. The Furbo allows me to yeet treats at the dog. So, but it also lets me videotape the dog as she gets the she gets the treats thrown at her.
Photograph. It gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? They were better, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's our address.
And that would be the metadata with the latitude and longitude that shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
So I think we had Exhibit 76. We're making a copy of that. You want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit
Yes,
77.
the Furbo survived.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yes. Okay. Sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to delete the people that are on the email that they were to back as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time? At the very top, you sent that email to your staff members.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
That was sent from your Surface Pro.
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There were no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being born healthy? And
Yeah, we felt very lucky.
I mean, or both of you. I get why he's asking, but it's still a weird question.
And then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
This is going to be a contentious point because the prosecutor is like, did you Google suicide? No. So it must have been Lindsay. And then the defense is going to be like, well, maybe it was this dude. Maybe it was Patrick. And then the, then the prosecution's going to sort of swing that back. I actually think the prosecution does a pretty good job. Somebody says, can we get a plate pick? Greek salad. There's no lettuce in this.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer, have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22, you Googled suicide, and you responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, apologies. It was Tom Hall.
He's a musical artist,
So what artist?
like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
I wouldn't say was. What happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. You recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records.
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
Right? And this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump, or a computer, records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
So if you can look to the right,
So now it's really difficult to hear the guy because, of course, it is. But what he's suggesting here is that that Patrick Clancy was Googling this country singer who ended his life, and that he followed links from that to end up on a methods of unaliving page. Now, I don't know. I mean, Wikipedia doesn't typically have links to that kind of thing, but I could see that being the kind of thing you might follow, like the kind of path you might go on.
down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
See here? So here we've got
So it is a suicide methods on Wikipedia page. Okay.
so that shows you when somebody Googles, then it goes to Wikipedia, and see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods now.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is a hyperlink? Just so I,
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue, and it goes to a website.
so
So basically they're saying, okay, he clicked a link. You know, he Wikipedia rabbit holed is basically what they're saying. Anybody ever lost an hour just clicking through Wikipedia links? I have. So, yep.
I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, if you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Again, you're right. I got that discovery from the DA's office.
Well, it's an email from his
We'll just
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
So the prosecution's not having a great time with this. I think she's going to do a pretty good job of reframing this afterwards. But I think her job of or her reframing is itself problematic, and we'll talk about it.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. We let you get a chance to finish.
So I would object.
If I can see, Council.
So there's an objection to all this. All right.
And you were at a wedding. Is that right? You're walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular?
So she's a nurse and she was keeping a diary of her medication, whether it was doing, like, whether she was getting side effects, whether it was helping, whether it was like, I can tell you, I've been on a whole bunch of medications in my life and I've taken 0 fucking diaries. She's a weirdly diligent person.
What place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I asked if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says good moms have scary thoughts.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've ever seen that before, though?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, I'm not offer this.
Look, Council, come up. If you could, Sir, if you could show what it is that you
I'm
got.
sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, the foundation is this.
Okay.
Any objection?
No,
So can I put it in?
Yes. That's
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
no objection to him not offering it.
all right.
If I could just look at it,
Yeah.
there may be.
Why don't we do this? Why does everybody come over here with that? We can kind of figure out where we go.
Was a nurse also at Social Hospital.
In L&D, yeah.
L&D labor and delivery, same thing. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
The volume is at max. Get near a mic.
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a?
No, I never met Chair.
Should check myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelada.
Rebecca Gelada. Okay, and that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time, yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wits' end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
A lot if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that in fact she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
I mean, I do a 24-hour live stream at the, and I plan to do another one for fundraising and so forth. I can tell you, at the end of those 24-hour live streams, I am fucked. Like, I am just absolutely ruined at the end of those. I basically stagger off to bed, and Spectrum Observer, former IPSC competitor, winner of Steel Challenge Nationals in Calgary in 2016. Happy to help the firearm lawyer improve his draw should he want. Located in YYC. We should talk. I would totally take you up on that. I can't imagine 48 hours, right? I can't imagine being awake for 48 hours because I know that before then, like long before 48 hours, I will be hallucinating, like substantially. At the end of a 24-hour live stream, I am starting to hallucinate. And the hallucinations that I start to get are pretty minor. They are what I would call motion hallucinations. So you see something move at the corner of your eye, and it's not there. It's not a real thing. It's just that you're so tired that your brain invents a thing moving just at the edge of your peripheral vision. I have gone to nearly 48 hours. And by the end of 48 hours, like, you're starting to see much more noticeable hallucinations. You're starting to see things like textures moving and, stuff like that. So, it's like, this is this is kind of a thing, right? So, this is not good.
Sure.
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere. So.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
So now the prosecution's theories of like doctor shopping and medicine really start to fall apart here, right? It's like, oh, she's not doctor shopping. She is like, her doctor quit and now she's on a new thing. So,
all right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
No, benzodiazepines. They're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
it appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she was reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
Yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly. And then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
Worth noting, he's got a lawsuit where he is suing over the prescriptions that were given to his wife.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication; it was just trying to get on the right medication. Okay.
Let's say mid-December. What observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
I would object. We don't have a copy of those.
You don't have them?
Could I see everybody here?
So the judge is like, all right, another sidebar.
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provided any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs, they weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
I don't think so.
Well, if he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
We're going to jump ahead a whole bunch.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that? So this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book, no.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Is that-
Sure.
Thank you. By the way, we'll draw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. and ask if you can identify it.
Bob Alessi is high functioning in general. Miss Jessica moved to the North End in Boston, which is why I wasn't at the meetup in Chicago. You and wifey and pops have a place to stay in Boston. I don't know when I'd be going to Boston, but yes, that is good stuff.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, we're going to give the writing in it.
Yeah.
No,
All right, that may be admitted.
All right, so they go through the, all of the treatment that she was getting, and then we get this. By the way, Greek salad, S-tier salad. Greek salad, tomato and onion. Just trying to think of where else.
22, and then it makes reference to Kellen, last fed with the time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that go full in those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35, with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground?
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I still do. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
So she jumped out a 20-foot
No.
window. That's a pretty serious jump. All right, then he hands her off.
Almost a redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So this is a redirect, but it very much comes out as a cross. And the defense could have been objecting to this all the way through. Reddington appears to have a strategy of not objecting because he could absolutely have objected the shit out of this.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
We saw you doing this, correct? That's cross-examination. That is not direct examination. And this is supposed to be direct. It's redirect, right? It's right in the fucking name. And, defense is not dumb. Defense is letting... defense is just like, I am not objecting because I don't want to object.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15.
If I was the defense, I would be objecting here. I'd be like, objection leading and, shut this down. And yes, S tier is top tier. It's S, A, B, C, D, and so on.
p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I
follow
don't know
up.
what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time
Here's the thing. I don't know if just because something is on video with a timestamp doesn't mean that timestamp is fucking correct. The number of videos I've watched where the timestamp is the wrong day or is like an hour and 45 minutes off. And yes, this is sped up. It's at 1.3.
you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about Pedialex, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct. Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Now, when she's having to come after him like this is her witness. In any other trial, this would be her star witness. This would be her star. She's cross-examining, and not just cross-examining, she's cross-examining to undermine. She's actively trying to undermine his credibility right now. It's rough.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And
This is at one time, so I
here,
saw people
there's
asking.
one here that says the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup,
I
have you
slowed
booked
it down.
a massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them. Yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right. Yeah. It was just.
Let's watch that again.
So there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them. Yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right. Yeah. It was just confusing because we.
She's having to defend herself as to whether she lied to the jury with her star fucking witness. She's like, I'm not a lying sack of shit, right? This is one of those places where if you find yourself on this territory, day one of the trial with what should be your star witness, like, honey, you're in danger. Like, oh, man. You know, I'm not a lying sack of shit. It's like, oh. Let's just say I'm glad I'm not having her day. Like,
were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found
Yeah,
the picture,
day two.
and the picture was from September.
And was that for the wedding you went to?
Witness
We
one.
could have the text messages marked with some instances of it.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time.
This is a defense lawyer question. This is the isn't there doubt question. And the problem is that if the prosecutor is asking the isn't there doubt questions, that means the prosecution is on their back foot, because the prosecution shouldn't be trying to go, isn't there doubt? The prosecution should be saying, there is no fucking doubt. This is what happened. That's the prosecution's job, is there ain't any doubt.
Correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about.
And now this is about as snarky as this guy gets. But, I mean, I think he's losing his patience. I don't think he particularly cares for this prosecutor. So, yeah.
The Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022, and you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
Okay, so the argument she's making, and I think it's fairly effective, honestly. I think she does really well with this argument. I also think it's a bit sketch. And you might be saying, Runkle, how can a sketch argument be effective? Well, because it's a sketch argument if you know what you're talking about. They're like, why did it log into her Facebook? Clearly, this means it must have been her doing this searching. Here's the problem. On a lot of devices, if you are logged in on Facebook, it just logs you in when you connect. And so I don't think he might, it may not be that he intentionally logged into Facebook under her name. It may well be that it's just she had her shit open, and when the computer starts up, it just logs in. So, I mean, it's an effective argument, but I don't think it's an accurate argument, if that makes sense. Good evening, Ian. I'm glad to be able to catch you live. My doctoral program has kept me living in your replay crew. Well, kick ass at the doctoral program. So, yeah.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, let's look at that again.
5 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
The number of times I have clicked on a link by accident is so fucking many. Because it is super easy to click on a link by accident. You know how many pages right now? You load up the page, you go to click a link, and as you go to click, it loads up some other element and moves the page down, and suddenly you go from like clicking, cute puppy dogs to like, man being crushed by, a steamroller or something. Like, you can't actually tell. You can't tell just because a link was clicked that it was clicked intentionally. Because, like, sometimes you're just, you click, you put your hand on, you put your hand on the button and it just, yeah.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
At some point?
yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the methods of suicide site, scrolling through and reading the methods of suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember?
He is so tired of her shit, and now he's starting to snark her. He's like, no, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes 4 years ago. You dumbass. Like,
being on that site, the methods of suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide? No.
why would he remember this from 4 years ago? And here's the thing. If the theory is that this is Lindsay Clancy doing the research, why the fuck would Lindsay Clancy be researching an Australian bridge? Like, is the prosecution's theory that Lindsay was considering going to fucking Australia? Like, is that the theory? Because that's like, she didn't go to Australia. There is no Australia in this.
So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
I mean, we're at a dingo ate my baby here. You can do better.
Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that that it was a locked ward. She had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
I don't even know what the point of this is.
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
She's like, you don't know. Maybe that was awesome. All right.
It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline, and that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she had been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed?
You just said that she can't be trusted about what meds she's on. And oh my God.
Trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th.
The thing is I don't think she's an idiot. I think she's doing all of this on purpose.
But yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from Defense Counsel. It's the, yes.
I want to know who found this out by drinking snake venom. I mean, I would totally try it if it was an option.
Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that Defense Counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Helen's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
There's different writing here, correct? Want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then
All right, so they keep doing that. I don't think she really gets anywhere, but she tries. And then we go to day 3. Now, you might be saying, Runkle, how are we going to get through day 3? Well, first of all, day 3 is a real short day. Day 3, they tap out really fast. Day 3 is less than a half day. So there's that. But there's also that day 3 is kind of uninteresting. If you slept through day 3, you're still up to date on this trial. Like if you completely did not attend any of day 3, you're good. Also, if anybody can find out what makes that hissing noise on all of the court streams and crush it with a brick, I would be appreciative, because that is so freaking annoying. A lesser girl, if you can figure out what makes that hissing noise on the mic, and then just I would, yeah, I'd be happy.
Good morning. Nobody here is right after the
Good morning. To someone swear that the testimony we have issued to the hearing that I have between the Commonwealth of Canada and the truth
All right, good morning.
Morning.
All right, so I'm going to ask, keep your voice up so the jury can hear you.
Yes.
And with that, Attorney Sprague.
thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Stephen Hall, STEPHENHALL,
And your date of birth?
3/26/1983.
Where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department
How long have you been a Duxbury police officer?
since 2015, so roughly 11 years.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
I was.
What shift?
Also, this guy's got an interesting style because he's got less hair on his head than he has on his beard. It's a look. So why do they call him? You often ask people about
Showing you
their.
what's been previously marked as Exhibit 38. Is this the back of the house?
It is.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 37. Do you see the area where the defendant was when you entered the backyard?
Yes.
Do you mind standing up with the court permission and just pointing that out to the jurors?
So this area.
And if the record could reflect, he's pointing near the window well to the far right side of the back of the house.
Record may reflect.
You can actually see the blood at the window. It's a whole thing there. Regulus has got a job after over a year and a half of searching. Been hard to find with a service dog. Excited to be able to support and donate to people. Thank you so much. Make sure you're financially set first, but also it shouldn't be harder to find a job with a service dog. I mean, a service dog they should be cool with. So I know people aren't, but yeah. The breathing noise is the witness.
In that location, you remember where her head was?
Her head was towards the house,
And where were her feet?
pointing out away from the house.
Are you trained in first aid as part of your job?
Yes.
Are you trained in heavy breathing as part of your job? So basically, they call him to testify to all of the things
They may be admitted.
that they already got. So they get these guys to testify as to the horrors of the crime scene. And they could have just used these guys. They didn't need to get that out through Dad. Why is there blood on the window? Because she was covered in blood. It's not the kid's blood, it's her blood. So
Sir, did you head to that back room?
I did.
And what did you see when you got to that back room?
Just past the door on the left side, there was a body of a young child.
And do you remember what position the child was in?
He had his feet towards the door and his head towards the wall.
And was he on his back or his stomach? Or...
He was on his back.
And do you recall what he was wearing?
He was shirtless. I believe he was just in a diaper or underwear of some sort.
And show.
he also seems to be you get that the officers who responded to this were also pretty traumatized. So, but I mean, most of this we've seen already. I don't think they got anything different from.
Did you go back outside?
Yes, they stated they need an officer with Lindsay Clancy.
And I'm going to show you a photo here outside near that window well that's towards the right of the house. Is that where Lindsay Clancy was, where that medical debris is?
Yes.
And
Okay, let's talk about medical debris. My wife at one point broke her leg in the house, and so we called EMS, and EMS attended. And when EMS was done with that, I probably spent 30 minutes cleaning up all of the shit, because EMS gives zero fucks about whether they're making a mess. I mean, it's literally in their name, EMS. They make a mess. They have been called the evidence mangling squad. They because basically they come in and they're like, we need to save somebody's life. Break open a package, get the thing they need, and yeet. Yeet the package. So all this medical debris is just the EMS people just like explode with all the stuff. And this is absolutely how things should be. I'm not criticizing the EMS because this is how it is supposed to be. Because like you want them worrying about saving people's lives and not worrying about like, being neat and tidy, right? Because that's not the important bit. But yeah, that's why there's all of that. People are talking about the guy's breathing. The guy's breathing is mostly because he's like right up to the mic. Right? He's like right in the mic. The mic should be a little bit further away from his face, right? But you can also tell that this guy has some serious, like, this guy's got some PTSD, I think, that he's rocking after this. And you can understand it. This is a good question. Whoop, this one right here. But don't town cities have someone they can send to clean up that kind of stuff after it's all done? Seems crazy to just leave it up to regular residents and risky. Fun thing about that, no, they don't. So let's imagine somebody breaks into my house. Bob breaks into my house. And then Frank also breaks into my house. And I don't know Bob or Frank. They are both interlopers into my house. And they break in together. And they're like, hey, we are on the same side. We are, and then they find like a diamond encrusted robot. And so they go, ooh, and they get into a fight. And they stab each other to death. Both of them die on the scene, and there is blood everywhere. Their knives are there. Well, the police will show up, and they'll take the bodies. And they will take the knives because they're evidence, and they'll take a bunch of pictures of, like, they'll take pictures of the blood splatter and whatever. But you know what they will leave? They will leave the blood. And you, as the homeowner, get to clean that shit up. Even if it's not your fault. Even if it shouldn't be your problem. If, they'll make a mess. They will all of these things, and it's your problem. So, nope, they won't clean any of this up. City's just like, your problem. Yeah. Ellen Greenberg's case was ruled as self-unaliving, and the apartment complex hired a cleanup crew like the next day. No shit, you hire a cleanup crew the next day. I would hire a cleanup crew the next day, because how long do you want blood to be sitting smeared on a wall or whatever else? You want that shit gone. So the instant the police are like, yeah, you can clean up the scene, I'd be cleaning up the scene, right? It's like, I'm not going to save all this fucking blood for like a special occasion or something. Michigan Farm Boy, good night and congratulations, Ian. Wishing you all the best in teaching in the pro bono life. I'll catch the rest as replay crew. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Just showing you another photograph Is that just showing further to the right in a broader area of that same scene?
Yes.
I could have the close-up mark as the next exhibit and the broader photo as the following.
They may be admitted.
It's 103 and 104.
All right. Right here.
It's 103 and 104.
He looks up at the ceiling. He gives. This guy's having a rough time. He doesn't want to be here. And the thing is usually the police officers like being in court. Usually the police officers are like, yep, I get to go to court. I get to get paid for the day. I get to testify. I get to all of this stuff. And this guy is not having a good time. And it's not that he's not having a good time because he's getting destroyed on cross, because he hasn't been crossed. Nobody's crossing him. This would have been one of the worst scenes that any of these officers ever attended. And I feel bad for all of them.
While you were out there with the defendant, were medical staff, paramedics treating her?
Yes.
And did you happen to look up?
Yes, I did.
What did you see when you looked up?
There was an open window with blood marks around the window.
And did you also see blood marks on the shingles below that window?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. So up at the top, is this the open window you're referring to?
Yes.
Zooming in on the shingles here to the left and right, just below that window, are those the blood marks you're referring to?
Yes.
And here in this photograph, you had mentioned blood marks on the upper window. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So I'm guessing that their theory is that she's Spider-Man down the wall. Now, they don't cross-examine him, and, good.
Hi, good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank
This
you.
guy's come prepared. He brought his own water
Good morning.
bottle.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Brian, Brian, Josephine, Josephine.
And what's your date of birth, sir?
June 13th, 1990.
And where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
I started there in April of 2020.
And did you work for the Plymouth Police before that?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you do that?
Almost 5 years.
What is your current role?
I am patrol officer.
Back in January of 2023, what was your role with the Duxbury Police Department?
I was the school resource officer for Alden and Chandler. I work with kids, kindergarten through 5th grade.
Directing your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023, were you working an overtime shift that day?
Yes, I had picked up an overtime shift.
And what shift was that?
It was 4 to midnight, but I was scheduled to work till 8 p.m.
8 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were scheduled to be there from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were in a cruiser, in a marked cruiser in a uniform?
Yes, I was fully dressed in Duxbury Police uniform. I was in a marked cruiser, Duxbury Police 172.
And did you receive a dispatch at approximately 6:11 p.m. to go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, we did.
And when you say we, were you with a partner or were you alone?
No, I was by myself. We ride single in a cruiser there.
Okay. So when you say we,
Smaller town. Once again,
Over it. And I started making my way towards the other end of the house, which is towards this fence, as you guys can see in reference to that photo.
and so when you say the other end of the house, are you talking about this area here, the father's furthest right two windows?
Yes, that is correct.
And the person that was standing, did you later learn that was Patrick Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And the person on the ground, did you later learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in time, was Officer Hall also back there with you?
Yes, he came from this side over here, the opposite direction in which I came.
So facing the house, he would have come around the left side of the house if you're facing the house?
Yes, he parked on the street and came from this side, the opposite of where I came from.
Okay. And do you recall what Patrick Clancy was doing when you first saw him?
He was standing over Lindsay at that point. It appeared that he was trying to communicate with her. I observed him with a cell phone. It was kind of down by his side, so I don't know if they were talking or what, but it was probably a split second, and then he turned in my location, saw me.
Just saying congratulations again on your new job. I need to start work. I'll catch up on the bits I missed later. Thank you so much.
Because I was illuminating the yard with my flashlight, and then that's when me and him crossed paths.
Okay. And so you said you saw him with his cell phone by his side. Was it in his hand by his side?
Yes, I believe is in his left hand.
Okay. And you say you crossed paths with him. Approximately where did you cross paths with him?
It was probably right by the bulkhead, I would say.
And so in the photograph to the right of the deck is the bulkhead, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was he headed?
He was heading, I believe, up towards the deck. Yeah, obviously I didn't know it at that time, but he was just walking past me pretty fast in an abrupt manner. So.
And did he say anything to you as he passed?
No, he did not.
And after you crossed paths with Patrick, where did you go?
I went to the female party.
And did you speak to her?
I attempted to.
And what did you say?
I just was trying to get basic information, where she was hurt, where she needed attention, anything I could do to kind of help her until fire arrived.
And did she respond to your questions?
She mumbled, and it wasn't a definitive answer.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, she was laying on the ground. There was cuts to her right wrist, I believe, and to the right side of her neck.
And were those cuts actively bleeding at that time?
They were bleeding, but not profusely.
Did you?
So that's kind of what they're getting out of him, as well as just, background there. Jump over to this guy. I mean, if you missed today, you didn't miss much.
Hi, good morning, sir. Morning.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
PJ Hussey, Hussey,
And your date of birth?
5/5/1963.
Where do you work?
Duxbury Fire Department,
And how long have you been a firefighter?
32 years.
Are you also a paramedic?
Yes.
What's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Paramedic has advanced life-saving skills, intubation, and medicine we can use on the patients.
And is there a certain type of training that you have to have as a paramedic?
Yes, every 2 years.
And to first qualify as a paramedic, what do you have to do?
There's a paramedic class that you take, upwards of 2 years.
So you take that paramedic class. Is there a test you have to take at the end?
State test, yep.
And once you pass that state test and become a paramedic, you have to do continuing education. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. And did you take that initial training?
All right, enough of his education.
There's a couple of police cruisers that were there already, just beat us in. And then we had to go up back to where the patient was located.
And when you refer to the patient that was out back, was that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you head to the backyard?
Yes,
And did you see her on the ground?
I did.
And were you personally treating her, or was it the other paramedics that
The
were
other
doing?
paramedics were treating her.
Okay.
Yep.
And what were you doing?
Just supervising the call, just make sure things are handled appropriately as a shift commander.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 37. Do you see the area where you were in the backyard that night on the screen?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind standing up and just pointing where you were.
The patient was crossing the right here. I was over here in this area here.
And if the
So
record
more of the
reflects, you
house.
pointed to.
And do you have a nickname that you go by? I do.
What's that?
Everybody knows me as Chuck.
Chuck.
Important to get that he is Chuck. Okay. So Chuck, yeah.
Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a firefighter EMT with the Duxbury Fire Department. I was at that time. I am now retired.
Okay. So when did you retire?
So I retired a year ago.
A year ago. And so how long had you been working with Duxbury Fire before your retirement?
A little over 30 years.
30. And can you explain what your role was as a Duxbury firefighter?
So if I was an EMT, which 80% of our calls are probably that related. So I would assist a paramedic, or I would drive the ambulance, or whatever was necessary at the time. And then we were also did fire suppression, and we were all trained in that and went to the academy and all that.
Okay, and can you tell us what the difference is between an EMT and a paramedic?
So
you just got this. We don't need it again.
You go to 47 Summer Street?
We do.
Who was in the ambulance? Who was assigned as kind of the driver and the tech?
So at that time, because we had heard, what kind of call we had an idea what call we were going to. The two medics sat up front and were able to converse while I sat in the back, and again was that backup guy, more or less.
Okay. And as
you were also there. Okay, cool. Yeah, jumping ahead again.
I started pulling a stretcher out of the back of the ambulance.
And again, you said you backed the ambulance in?
Correct.
As you were pulling the stretcher out of the back of the ambulance, did you observe somebody coming from the house?
Yes.
What did you see?
One of the police officers was carrying a child.
And so what did you do when you saw him carrying the child out of the house?
So at that point, the stretcher was almost out of the vehicle, and I said, "Over here," and he placed him on the stretcher.
Were you able to make observations of the child as he's being placed on the stretcher?
I was.
What did he look like?
So his face was blue. He had marks around his neck, and his body was pale.
And so once the officer, or first off, was the officer somebody you knew from Duxbury?
Correct. It was Officer Homestead.
Okay. And once the child was placed on the stretcher, what did you do after you made that initial observations of him?
So we rolled it right inside so he could start doing CPR.
All right. So more about the children were not alive.
Versus the IV.
If the patient has difficult access, which pediatrics do.
And in this circumstance, what kinds of medication were you trying to deliver through the IO to Dawson?
Epinephrine.
What's the purpose of epinephrine?
Basically kind of helps to restart the heart.
And at this point, he had no heart activity?
Correct.
You also mentioned attempts to intubate. Can you tell us what that means?
So intubation is an advanced airway where you put a tube into the airway to secure it to deliver high flow oxygen.
Were you able to intubate Dawson?
Yes, Kevin Heath did.
And what do you do when you enter the tool to
All right, so more about the efforts there. Again, if you missed this, you didn't miss anything, because we already know from stipulations that the children are dead. They are just calling every single human who heard about this case, and they're just like, all right, we're gonna go over just how horrible this scene was over and over and over again, because
it's in my 8th year right now.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall working that day?
Yes.
Were you on a 24-hour shift?
Yes.
And so that would be an 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
I mean, I'm not saying that this tie is loud, but I'm pretty sure there are people in Japan who are like, can you turn that shit down?
At approximately 6 o'clock or just after 6 p.m., were you dispatched to 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day on shift?
I was working on the engine out of our Station 2
Where is Station 2 located in the town of Duxbury?
on Franklin Street. Yes.
And so would this be 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And fair to say you were on your way to the backyard on the left side when you were redirected?
Yes.
Did you ever make it into the backyard?
We went through the backyard to go into the residence.
But you were directed to the basement, right?
It didn't occur to me that that tie might be, might actually be a utility tie. Can double as caution tape if he finds an emergency on the way home.
Yes.
If you could take a look at that screen again, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 38. Can you see over here sliding glass doors?
Yes.
Is that where you entered the house?
Yes.
You indicated that you also went to the basement, correct?
Correct.
When you got into
I mean, we have matching style.
the house and went down into
I'm just gonna. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is about the same orange. Like, that is a real close shade match right there. That this thing is like nuclear orange. So yeah.
and went down into the basement. Which side did you go to at the bottom of the stairs, the right or the left?
We went down to the left.
What did you observe when you went down into the basement?
We saw 2 children on the ground and the father sitting on the couch.
So that's what he's here for, is the children are dead. Okay.
Yes.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
About 13.
And have you completed all the training and certification required to be a paramedic?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023, where you were.
Doors in the rear.
And did that lead you into the kitchen?
Yes.
And then did you proceed to the basement?
Yes.
When you got down to the basement, down the basement stairs.
Oh, damn it. I thought it was showing right. Dang it. Yeah.
Would it be accurate to state that you can either go right or left?
Yes.
Which direction did you go?
We took a left.
And what did you see when you went left?
We took a left and we saw Callan and Cora face up on the ground.
And when you saw them, what did you do?
I immediately jumped on the radio to ask for 2 additional ambulances, that we needed more help. And Patrick ran to Cora and I went to Callan.
And
all right, so that's basically what she has to offer, which is, isn't it horrific that the children are dead? That is, in fact, what we hear. Now, this guy, the mustache. I mean, if you walked into this trial, like right now, not knowing anything about this trial, you would assume that this guy is the accused and that the crime he is accused of is having that mustache. And, like, maybe robbing a train. Like an Old West train.
And at some point after 6 p.m. that day, was there a call put out by Duxbury Fire Department for mutual aid?
Yes.
And being members of the Pembroke Fire Department, if you could just explain to the jurors.
So it's just a long flat board that we use to secure people when there's possible spinal injury. And she already had the collar on her neck They had already started treatment prior to our arrival, so they had her all secured to the long backboard with the collar applied.
And did you notice anything about her wrists at that time?
Yes, her wrists were bandaged previously, assuming some kind of injury. There was no active bleeding or anything through the bandage. It was just, but her wrists were bandaged.
Was it white bandaging?
Yes.
And so nothing was seeping through to your eye? Did you see anything on her neck area?
She had some superficial.
Somebody also needs to help him with his tie, because that tie knot is not. Yeah. All right, so they have yet another person. This one, they get some details about, like, she's not bleeding that much. And it's like, well, no kidding. People who are trying to, like, this is pretty common.
Her hands.
No obvious broken bones or anything, no.
I like the tie itself. I don't like the knot.
And you said you were the tech. What does that mean?
I was the medic that was in charge. It's one or the other. You're either assisting the medic that's in charge or you're the medic in charge. Okay. So I was the medic in charge.
And was anyone else in the back of the ambulance with you treating Ms. Clancy?
Yes, my partner, Dan Smith.
Who was driving the ambulance, if you recall?
It was our deputy chief.
All right. Now we get Reddington here. Reddington cross-examines.
And the collar bandages that I could see
on the ground, and she
once you
just continued to monitor her vitals and make sure there was no decline.
And once you arrived at the hospital, did you transfer her care to the hospital staff?
Yes, we did.
No other questions?
All right. So you're not trained in Narcan on benzodiazepines, is that correct?
Yeah, we don't give it for benzodiazepines.
And in any event, when you gave...
He gets up right away and just starts cross-examining because, I don't know, Reddington either took offense to this guy's testimony or to maybe his mustache. He's like, sir, your mustache, I cannot abide it.
Narcan to the body that was laying on the ground, and she had already been wrapped up on her wrist, right?
That's correct.
Already been wrapped up, had the thing on the neck to prevent the head from moving, right?
That's correct.
And also it had bandages perhaps on her neck area, I'm not sure.
There were no bandages that I could see because
Just
the
the neck
collar
thing.
blocks. Yeah, most of it I could see. There are some holes in the collar that we could see some superficial lacerations through,
Right.
but there was no active bleeding. Her wrists were already bandaged, so we don't take the bandages off after they're on. And
Okay.
there was no blood
Good.
screws.
I asked the questions, you can answer them, okay?
This is the kind of thing you have to do sometimes with witnesses. When the witness just wants to ramble, you're like, I need you to answer my questions, so you got to rein them in because this guy just wants to talk. And he's like, nope, I'm asking you questions. Shut the fuck up and just answer what I ask.
Narcan administered to Lindsay Clancy on the ground, yes?
In the ambulance, but yes.
And there was no reaction. It didn't have any effect on her, right?
She appeared to become a little bit more, she started like reaching and grabbing a little bit more than she was before.
That's consistent as well with a person who's had a head injury, right?
Could be.
Yeah. So in any event, the Narcan that you're trained would be dealing with opioids, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you know, sir, at all that she suffered a burst fracture of a cervical spine? Did you know that, sir?
No.
T5 through T6, T4, 6, 7, 8, all exploded, fractured. Did you know that?
No.
Did you know that there was hemorrhaging into her body, that she fractured every rib in her body?
No.
It was pretty dark out there, wasn't it?
It was.
Did you obviously administer aid to her, or did you also have like a flashlight on your head, or were you holding a flashlight, or what?
She was already packaged. She was already on the longboard and everything. So we picked her up, put her on the stretcher, and moved out of the backyard into the ambulance.
So how long did you handle, if you will, her while she was laying there?
On scene, we were only on scene for, I think it was 7 minutes, I think.
He's like, so you did basically fuck all, right?
Total on scene from the time that we...
Chaotic?
Yes.
And it was dark in the backyard, right?
Yes.
There was no exterior lighting, nothing on the house that was lit up like spotlights or anything, right?
That's correct.
No flashlights, right?
No.
And you scrutinized a hole in the thing that goes around the neck when someone has a head injury, especially a cervical injury, thoracic injuries. You scrutinized the hole and noted that there was superficial wound to the neck.
That's all we could see through the side of the collar.
Who's we?
Me and my partner.
Was your partner?
The point he's getting to here, Reddington, is like the prosecution witnesses are willing to bullshit. Right? Right? Yeah.
Scrutinizing the hole as well?
The hole, I don't
You
know.
said there's a hole in that, and the thing that goes around the neck.
Yeah, there's holes in the collar that you can see through.
Right, and you were scrutinizing. You were looking through it, right?
Yeah.
You told the jury you saw
Yes.
superficial cut of the neck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did your partner look through the hole as well? And you've talked about your testimony with the district attorneys in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
One of the
He's like, you said it's a superficial injury, but it's dark, and you're not unwrapping her. And she's got a cervical collar. She's wrapped up. You talked about your testimony with the DA, right? Ooh. Yeah, that
things that
landed.
they asked you is whether or not it appeared as though the injuries to her neck or wrist were superficial. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And other than looking through the little hole in the thing around her neck.
Yeah, there's holes in the collar that you can see through.
Right, and you were scrutinizing. You were looking through it, right?
Yeah.
You told the jury you saw
Yes.
superficial cut of the neck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did your partner look through the hole as well? And you've talked about your testimony with the district attorneys in the past,
It
haven't you?
just hiccuped backwards.
Yes.
I don't know why.
One of the things that they asked you is whether or not it appeared as though the injuries to her neck or wrist were superficial. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Reddington did an excellent, skillful job here of basically going, isn't it true that they told you what to say? Isn't it true that you were coached?
And other than looking through the little hole in the thing around her neck in the dark, you didn't see her neck after that was removed, did you?
No.
That's all you have.
Como, to redirect.
Sir, after the 7 minutes that you were in the dark backyard, you were then in an ambulance for 18 minutes with the patient, correct?
That's correct.
And there's lighting in the ambulance, correct?
Leading as fuck. I'm going to disagree with Reddington here because Reddington is really going on a minimal objection strategy. But she is running with it. And you've got to correct her. You've got to stop her from leading her own fucking witnesses. Because at this point, she's just telling the witnesses what she wants to hear. With correct. And this is precisely what shouldn't be allowed. Object. Reddington, object. Yeah, this is exactly it. The problem with minimal objection strategies, the other side picks up on it and abuses it. It worked out in the Uvalde trial, but you have to be fucking careful. And the Uvalde trial, they had some ways to finesse it. So, like, shoot this shit down, man.
There is.
And during those 18 minutes in the well-lit ambulance, did you ever see blood seeping through the bandages on her wrist?
During those 18 minutes in the well, she's fucking testifying.
Yes.
No.
During those 18 minutes in the well-lit ambulance, did you ever see blood pooling around her neck or flowing from the neck?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further? No. Okay. Thank you, sir. Please sit down. Thank you.
Judges will almost never object sua sponte, which is on their own. So they generally shouldn't. All right. Next up is this guy with a very cop stash.
Son?
I believe so.
And did you
You're not wrong.
Examine?
You're not wrong, but don't let her lead it.
Her or assess her once you reached her?
Yes.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe?
She had lacerations to both wrists as well as her neck.
And were those lacerations actively bleeding?
No.
Can you describe the lacerations that you saw on her neck?
There was dried blood, seemed to be somewhat superficial since there was no active bleed.
And what about the cuts on her wrists?
Same.
And would you say same? Are you saying that there was no active bleeding there?
Correct.
Okay.
So what the prosecution is doing here is they're basically trying to argue that it's a fake suicide. It's a fake, it's a fake effort, just, for show. And yeah.
And what, if anything, did you do to treat those wounds?
We bandaged them up. I believe we placed a ABD pad, just a sterile pad on her neck as well.
You said an APD or a sterile pad. Is that just a type of like gauze or something that you put on the wound?
Yes.
Okay. And so you did that, and then you bandaged the wrist, or vice versa?
It was the wrist first, I believe. But we did secure the airway first before bandaging her wrist.
Okay. So when you first arrived, is she breathing on her own?
She was.
Was she responsive?
Somewhat.
What does that mean?
Not totally responsive. Pretty much to painful stimuli.
And what is painful stimuli?
As we were moving her, she somewhat regained consciousness on us.
And painful stimuli, is that when someone reacts physically or verbally to pain?
Yes.
And so you said that you assess her when you first get there. You said you did the airway first. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We placed an OPA device to secure her tongue down, just to protect her airway.
What's an OPA device?
It's a plastic device that depresses the tongue just to keep the airway open.
Okay, so it's not the tube that goes down.
No.
It's just something that holds the tongue down.
That's correct.
Was Miss Clancy loaded onto the backboard?
She was.
And who assisted you with that?
It was Officer Hall, I believe, and our retired deputy.
And is there a process that you follow when placing someone onto a board to ensure that that you don't cause further damage?
Yes.
And what is that process?
Just C-spine precautions. So you secure the neck and kind of make sure that it's immobilized as you kind of move the patient.
So what did you do to secure her neck?
We had someone at her neck. I don't remember who it was. Just kind of hold steady that her neck didn't move in the process.
Okay. And then did you follow that protocol, the C-spine protocol, to safely put her onto the backboard?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point was a collar placed around her neck?
I believe so, yes.
And then what happened next?
I believe I got on the radio and asked our captain who was transporting first, because we knew that there was multiple patients at that point.
Okay.
All right. So one more guy. He is equally unimportant.
Mask, myself and Officer Josephine were timing it every couple seconds. It was 15 seconds. I was doing rescue breaths on Cora.
Okay. And at some point, she's taken out of the basement into an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Did you assist with that?
I don't recall.
And at any point, did she regain a pulse or ability to breathe while you were helping to assist her? At some point in time, were you given the task of monitoring who came into the scene and who left the scene?
Yes.
Throughout the night?
Yes.
And showing you what's entitled Crime Scene Entry and Exit Log.
All right. So basically, that's the day. They have a whole lot of officers testifying about the scene, which was pretty much unnecessary. Somebody saying, "I bet that beard is soft." Where's the Yeah. I feel like the whole thing about, is she faking this suicide is like, do you think she faked it into a wheelchair? That's really shit faking, right? People don't fake themselves into paralysis. It's not really how people roll. So, I hate this argument. But I mean, okay, if that's where they're going. So, she took tons of pills. She cut her wrist, she cut her neck, and she jumps out the window. I'm like, what is it you want here? Oh, I don't know why I'm sneezing. Something. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the jury is buying this. I don't. It isn't landing for me, but that doesn't mean it isn't landing for the jury. So I just I don't know. The other thing that just keeps coming to mind here as I look at this is the unaliving stats. And the stats on unaliving, I know I hate the YouTube words, but we use the YouTube words because we got to use the YouTube words. Women have far more attempts, but men have more completed unalivings. And it basically comes down to the methods that women typically choose are not the most effective. And so, because, for instance, it's actually really difficult to kill yourself by cutting. And the reason why it's difficult is because, A, cutting is a hazard that that humans and animals have encountered throughout society. And like throughout history. We are well designed to survive lacerations. It is kind of like one of the ordinary hazards that humans are designed for. The other thing is that we have the pain response makes it very, very difficult to actually to do it because you stop. And so this is actually really, really common. There are, like, you'll see in completed things, there'll be what they call hesitation marks, where people, attempt and they stop, and they attempt and they stop, and they attempt and they stop. And, it's actually difficult to get, because all of that stuff is designed to be resilient. We're designed to actually be fairly tough. But I don't, think about the number of times in your life that you've accidentally cut yourself, including fairly serious accidental cutting. I mean, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. No, you can't see it for shit. Okay. On my thumb, I have a little mark. And that little mark, there's one here on this knuckle. You can see on that finger there. Both of those were pretty serious cuts. And by pretty serious cuts, I mean, I felt bone when they happened. Like, the knife went through, and I managed to tag tag bone. But I didn't die. Like, obviously, right? We're pretty resilient. We're pretty tough overall. And yeah. All right, let's read super chats, and then I'm going to go get some sleep. The sleep is going to be fun because it's in the basement. I'm probably going to turn off all the fans because they're super freaking noisy. But yeah, I'm going to sleep in the basement, which is super creepy right now. And yeah. What is it? Snugglepuss. Congrats for fruit flies. You can make a repellent spray with a cup of cheap vodka and 10 to 20 drops each of essential oils like thyme, mint, and cedar. I'm probably going to set out some traps for them and take out all the garbage. Being off YouTube, and look at which live I caught. Love you, Ian. Thank you so much, Aurora. Glad to see you here. Catching up at 2 times. Congratulations. Thank you so much. It's a big change. Gwynny Bly on catch up. So excited for you. Congrats. Thank you, Gwynny Bly, for the goal of continued celebration. I am probably... The problem with opening a thing of Prosecco is that the Prosecco doesn't keep. It loses all its bubbliness. So I'm gonna just finish it and enjoy the yeah. Gwynny Bly says, for the goal of continued celebration. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. As an aside, Rosie the Riveter passed away today. Oh, I didn't realize that. So that is that's awful. What is it? Cat's Pajamas. Congratulations. Thank you. LMP 69. My understanding is he supports her. That is my understanding as well. Patrick Clancy and Lucky Laughran. Yes, Lucky Laughran is a national treasure. So Patrick Clancy is my deepest sympathies. In effect, he lost his entire family that day. Yeah, it is. He had some serious. He had some serious difficulties there. I can't imagine what he's going through. Vomit Fountain says, for the goal. Cheers. Cheers. Tom Horton, congratulations, Ian. Your sacrifice to help Albertans most in need of legal defense is the very important stitching that holds together the tattered fabric of the security blanket that is justice. Best of luck on your pro bono endeavors. Thank you so much, Tom. It's really appreciated. Bailey B, we hold those who don't get help accountable. Commonwealth is saying even if you do everything you can to get help, you're still at fault. P.S. Congrats. Thank you so much. And yeah. Faith Word, thank you for becoming a member. And is that pink? That is an awesome pink. So Gwynny Bly, big goal achievement, deserves big congratulations and big chat. Thank you so much. So grateful for your amazing and sensitive coverage of this case. This is a difficult case. I will admit that I was very much I don't know if I'm inclined to do this, but I keep covering it, and I will probably keep covering it, and yeah, so yeah, it's a whole thing. Fruit flies also love warm beer. I have some beer that is awful, so I will use that as bait. What do you call it? Fruit flies like alcohol because they smell the fermenting. Aurora for Ian's celebration and towards the goal. All my love to Ian and Mrs. Runkle. Thank you. Mrs. Runkle is not here. She's at her parents, and she is what do you call it? She is almost certainly sleeping right now. Commonwealth is trying to paint Lindsay as Lori Daybell or Casey Anthony. It's absolutely disgusting, in my opinion. Feels like they're continuing to victimize the Clancy family. You're not wrong. Fruit flies like good bourbon, but seem to ignore cheap bourbon. I don't have any good bourbon. I don't think I have any cheap bourbon even. For Mr. Crowley too, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Harbinger of imminent death. This prosecutor seemed not to understand how often Mr. Clancy could have made her look bad to the jury just by being less neutral in his responses. He does lose his patience a little bit later on, but he absolutely could have dunked on her in all sorts of ways. Just got here. Congrats. Thank you so much. Muni Bond Girl, thank you so much for being a YouTube member. Josh, is that Vino au Champagne? It is knockoff. It is not actually champagne. It is Prosecco. And yeah. It's pretty good. I mean, I've had champagne and I never actually thought champagne was I never actually thought champagne was all that fantastic. So I like the Prosecco just fine. Darn, no whiskey or bourbon? Or are you no longer a small town lawyer? I mean, I like whiskey. I don't have any bourbon at the moment. This is where we need the loud judicial sighing. Yes. Replay crew, but congrats on reaching pro bono. I think it's huge. Allison Leonard, I've never super chatted before, and I almost never catch a live actually live, so I'm very late and just saw the announcement, but congrats. Thank you. It's a crazy thing. Meme Empress, obligatory Massachusetts legal system too. They suck. They do. The new owner was a DA, now a defense attorney. Oh, interesting. Wish Georgia was pros. She'd handle this right. There's a few prosecutors I trust more to handle this. NP Viz Queen for pro bono. I'm thinking of going to law school in my early 30s while working at the same time. BC bills suck. Any advice? Keep up on your reading. It's really easy to let your reading fall behind, and it's really hard to catch up. So keep up on your reading, and the class is so much easier. It's, yeah. Way easier. Stacy D, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Harbinger of imminent death. I'm surprised witnesses don't pull a gen without the malice more often. I could read what's written here, but I still can't say I remember on my own. Witnesses don't usually get told about that. Celebrial says this is giving the same vibes that the Valdi prosecution gave. All emotions just to piss people off. You're not wrong. I'm getting the same feeling. Masterful Melon, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Meme Empress, Uncle Runkle, can I shake the prosecutor? Please. No, do not shake the prosecutor. GRB Chaser, are you able or qualified to diagnose postpartum psychosis over the phone? That's what I'd ask his defense. Yeah. Gwynny Bly, prosecutor, look at this blue wall. Defense, please notice that the wall is not yellow or apples and oranges. Prosecution is saying they're both fruit. Maddening. Yep. Wendy Wilkinson, replay crew here. Woohoo regarding the announcement. Here's a small contribution towards the pro bono practice and a celebratory tipple. Thank you so much. What I'm probably going to do after this, after the stream ends, is I'm gonna play some video games. I'm gonna sit around with the Prosecco. It's a good night. It's a good night. I feel like things are. I feel like things are going well. So yeah, congratulations and good luck, Runkle. So happy that your dream is becoming reality. Thank you. Do you think the Commonwealth called Patrick first in the hopes that the jury will forget him after 6 weeks of other testimony? I don't know. I think they usually call him first because they're hoping he's going to be a good witness. Gypsy Jen, thank you for being a member. Thank you. Purple Dragonair, leaving this here as a bookmark to know when to pick up in the morning. I need a break from the coverage and sending my best wishes to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Purple Dragonair. Mary Smith, longest I've been awake is 6 days. Jesus. Do not recommend. Chronic insomnia is terrible. I doubt I could function at all after 6 days. So, LMP, did you know dogs can be trained to help people with schizophrenia? The dog is trained to greet real people. If the greet command is given and they don't follow through, the person isn't real. That is really cool. that is awesome. Sashi says, why sleep in the creepy basement? Because either I sleep in the creepy basement or I sleep in a couch. And the couch is not comfortable. The couch is, it's not like a couch that you can lay down on. It's a recliner. And the only time I can sleep in the recliner is when I'm like really sick. I've slept in the recliner before, and the only reason I did was because I was having so much trouble breathing that I couldn't sleep laying down. Like if I laid down, my breathing was so bad that I would just start to choke. So yeah. Creepy basement with the mold. There shouldn't be any mold. All of the insulation that got wet was ripped out. All of the drywall that got wet was ripped out. And everything was sprayed down with mold killer. So shouldn't be any mold. Time for a new comfortable couch. You deserve it. We're not really buying furniture, or at least we're not really buying nice furniture. We're on the lookout on Facebook Marketplace for a cheap couch to replace the one that got toasted. And yeah, we're not spending a whole lot because we're hoping to eventually knock this place down. And if that's like 2 years out, we can live with a cheap couch for that long. ASG says, do you think the reason he didn't object on redirect with the husband was because it made her look like a jerk coming that hard on the grieving dad? Might be. I don't know how it played with the jury, and he has a better view of the jury than I do. So, and I mean, quite frankly, Reddington is probably a better lawyer. I say probably a better lawyer because, you know, I think he is. So, Meme Empress says, the prosecutor, I'll gladly beat him with a brick. No beating anybody with a brick. What is it? Morgan says, speaking of Bob, a political commentator used Bob the terrorist the other day. I was kind of tired and found it unreasonably hilarious. Bob is really getting up there in terms of what he gets up to. GRB Chaser says, well, that was that doctor in England that faked injuries to get amputations last year. Okay, that's messed up. Beth loves things. Congratulations on pro bono gold. Dude, F yeah, and congrats to all the people of Canada. You will get to help. I'm really looking forward to it. ASG says, put a few drops of dish soap, think Dawn and the like, in the beer. Breaks the surface tension. They fall in and drown. Only a few drops, though. Yeah, will do. Harumph for Harumph. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Spectrum Observer can't usually donate, but in this case, I can't not. Well, thank you so much. Can I throw the prosecutor in the harbor with the tea? Still no. Teresa K. finally caught alive in this amazing news, too. Congratulations. Super excited for you. I'm super excited. Spectrum Observer. Bed in hazmat area versus bedding on floor without hazmat. There isn't really floor. Everything in the upstairs is boxes. It's, there's just no room. I'm up to, ASG says, I'm up to 120 words per minute and just got my pro machine. She's here and she's beautiful. Working hard to help with the court reporter shortage, and now I'm halfway there. 4 hours of practice every day. ASG, I am super proud. That is, you are kicking ass, and I have been able to sort of watch your improvement. And yeah, that is awesome. All right, we are through the super chats, and it is 11:45, and I am going to. I still got to take this garbage out because I don't want to, what do you call it? I want to get all of the organic garbage out of here so that the fruit flies can't, anything. But, so, yeah, exciting times. All right. Thank you all for joining me. I am really glad you guys were able to join me for this celebration. And I will see you soon. It won't be tomorrow. I got stuff I got to do tomorrow. But see you soon. Cheers, folks.